In accordance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975, be advised that a notice of this special meeting was made by mailing to the officially designated newspapers, posting, town hall, and our website a list of the meeting dates indicating that this special meeting would take place at the town hall at 7:30 p.m. on Wednesday, November 13th, 2024. Roll call.
Corey Diller,
Here.
Allison Canfield,
Here.
Michael Cohen,
Here.
Deborah Nevis,
Here.
Frank Sagamendi,
Here.
Sujat Bashan,
Here.
Srini Vijay,
Here.
David Cosgrove,
Here.
Michael Zion,
Here.
Vice Chair Gaston Halbert,
Here.
Chair Betsy.
Here. First, welcome back to our secretary, Eileen. Thank you. We missed you last week. And we move on our first order of business, the approval of the minutes of September 18th, 2024. A revised Blackline version was sent out today, incorporating comments received. Did anybody have any further comments that they wanted to raise? I move to approve the minutes of September 18th.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? And assume if anybody missed, they would abstain. Minutes of 9:18 are approved. We have two memorializations tonight. The first one, application 24002, that's 288 Main. I believe, Council, you had a clarification to make on the memorialization.
Well, actually, two items. One on page 1, number 3, the word in the middle of a design waiver to permit the pre-posed, it should be proposed. It's an O instead of an E there. My typo, my apology. And actually, the other item, one of our board members had a question, but it was resolved, and to that board member's satisfaction with respect to the condition relating to the number of trees. It was at least 2 street trees on site, and either provide additional trees on site as deemed necessary per our board professionals, or furnish the contribution in lieu thereof. So that particular condition is correct, and unless any other board members have a question about it, the board member who raised the question is satisfied that it's accurate.
Great. Thank you. So with that said, it's only the change to the O and E.
The O and the E, and all board professionals and applicants, professionals reviewed and commented and proposed revisions as appropriate.
Thank you. I move to approve the memorialization of 288 Main. Do you have a second? Second. Thank you.
Corey
And
Diller,
I mean, you have to Bruce Ellis, but
Corey Diller,
Yes.
Allison Canfield,
Yes.
Michael Cohen,
Yes.
Deborah Nevis,
Yes.
Frank Sagamendi,
Yes.
David Cosgrove,
Yes.
Michael Zion,
Yes.
Gaston Halbert,
yes.
Betsy.
Yes. Thank you. And our second order of memorializations is the application 24004 that was Concierge Pediatrics on Morris Turnpike. And I believe you had received no additional comments on that.
No additional comments. Again, as with all our resolutions, all our board professionals weighed in, and the applicants' counsel and the applicant professionals through applicants' counsel weighed in as well. So hopefully it's an accurate memorialization of the board's decision.
Thank you. I move to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
Yes.
Corey Diller,
Yes.
Allison Canfield,
Yes.
Michael Cohen,
Yes.
Deborah Nevis,
Yes.
Frank Sagamendi,
Yes.
David Cosgrove,
Yes.
Michael Zion,
Yes.
Gaston Halbert,
Yes.
Betsy.
Yes. Thank you. Okay. Oh, good reminder to silence our cell phones as we move into our applications. And we have just the one application this evening. The matter that was carried is application 24003, High Center for Living Judaism. I welcome you back. Okay, Michael, you're back. Okay, sorry. I hope you stepped out. You're great.
No, it was on silent. It's emergency contacts come through, but it's okay.
Okay, you're okay. Great.
Just before we start, I just wanted to get Memphis to listen to the meeting on September 18th. when she was-
Yes, she had testified at
Yes,
the last,
At the last one,
I
right.
think she, actually.
We have a affidavit of certification, perfect, thank you.
good evening, welcome back.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman, members of the board. Good evening. I'm Michael Levine with Fox Rothschild here this evening on behalf of the applicant, the High Center for Living Judaism, 165 Old Short Hills Road, block 2306, lot 11. Applicant is seeking conditional use approval and preliminary and final site plan approval for its house of worship at this location. We've heard testimony from the civil engineer, both at our first hearing on September 18th, as well as last week on November 6th. We also got at least as far as introducing our traffic expert to you folks, got him sworn in, identified, and qualified to testify as an expert in the area of traffic engineering. So clearly that's where we'd like to pick up this evening. I'll call Andrew back up. Andrew, I'll remind you that you remain under oath.
And on Andrew's way back up, if I could just take a moment to just cover for members of the public, the order of how we conduct meetings, if it's somebody's first or newer to planning board meetings. We call up the applicant, we'll call up a variety of witnesses. After each witness provides their testimony, tonight we'll be hearing from Mr. Vicio, as just mentioned, their traffic engineer. Typically the board has the first opportunity to ask questions because tonight the board has taken under the services of our own traffic engineer to do sort of a review of the clients or the applicants. Traffic engineer will allow our traffic engineer to sort of ask any questions or follow up that are not yet responded to. Then followed by board questions and any other professionals who may have questions from the traffic engineer. Following that discussion, we open it up to questions from members of the public for the witness. So these will be related to the traffic at the site. That is what we hope to get through tonight. And then following the end of all the witnesses doing similar without probably the board professional. The witnesses provide a testimony, the board asks, professionals ask, and then the public asks questions. Following all of those witnesses, there will be time for public testimony at which people will come up, get sworn in, and can provide a testimony. So tonight is just traffic engineering and questions pertaining to the traffic at the site.
Well, if I may, we certainly have other witnesses here who are prepared and ready to go.
Fantastic.
And
So we may move
are
beyond
hopeful
traffic.
that we'll get a chance to hear from some, if not all of them, but we'll
Great.
take that as it comes.
Thanks for allowing me to just
Sure,
run us through the process.
Absolutely, 100%. And we found it was very helpful last time. There was a separate microphone that our testifying witness could
Yes.
have. Do we have the benefit of that again this evening?
Allison knows where it is now. Was there?
I think the experts here.
Thank you. Yes, that was useful.
Ellie, without you, there was a 15-minute scavenger hunt last time.
It's probably on video if you want to go back.
There was one that didn't work.
There's just two.
That's a good one.
Hopefully I didn't hurt anyone's ears.
So Andrew, were you tasked with performing a traffic impact analysis with respect to this proposed application?
Yes, I was.
If you could, I'd like for you to review with the board and members of the public how you went about that analysis, kind of the parameters that were important for you to bear in mind, how you conducted it, and what in general your findings were in connection with that report.
Absolutely, thank you. I'm going to take a walk over here and utilize Exhibit C1.
And if I may, for a record, that's Exhibit C1 was marked as applicant's A1 at the last hearing.
Just to briefly again familiarize everyone with this exhibit, it illustrates the proposed site plan that has incorporated a series of suggestions based on the board's professionals, their feedback. It was presented at the last hearing. This is not new to this evening. So on behalf of the applicant, we submitted a traffic impact study dated August 14th. Another deliverable of ours, submission of ours, was a response letter in response to the traffic review letter that was prepared by Brightview Engineering. That response letter is dated October 24th, 2024. The Brightview Engineering, for the public, again, is the independent or reviewing traffic engineer retained by the board. So I want to start.
Andrew, I'm sorry, pardon me for interrupting. The October 24th report that you referred to, is that the Brightview Engineering report?
Let me just make sure I have my dates correct. That might be the letter of the Brightview Engineering. That might be the date of the Brightview Engineering.
And then
review
subsequent to
letter.
that, did Stonefield prepare a responsive report?
That is correct. I apologize for getting the.
The responsive is November 6th, I believe.
Correct. That's correct.
Correct. Thank you for that. So what is being proposed, illustrated here on the center of the screen, is an approximately 21,000 square foot building. It would function as primarily as a synagogue and a nursery school. The synagogue would total approximately 13,000 square feet of floor area, and the nursery school would total approximately 8,000 square feet of floor area. The building would be supported by 95 physical parking spaces. That is the same number of parking spaces on this latest layout as were proposed in the initial layout. To calculate the amount of new trips that would be generated by this development, the amount of traffic that would be generated by the development, we had an extensive dialogue with the applicant to gain an understanding of how the proposed building would be used. And then we cross-referenced all of that information against industry standard information, specifically the Institute of Transportation Engineers Trip Generation Manual. Let me begin by describing the synagogue portion of the development. Services would be held Friday evenings, generally 7 p.m. to 8 p.m., with approximately 20 people attending. Saturday morning services would occur from 9:30 a.m. to noon, with approximately 35 family units attending. Sunday morning services, 8:30 a.m. to noon, approximately 20 people attending, roughly equivalent to Friday evening, and people would be driving to these services, not walking. We then ran the trip generation calculations for an approximately 13,000 square foot synagogue and compared line by line for each of the peak hours, the number of people estimated based on our conversations with the applicant and the ITE data, and we used the higher of those two for each peak hour. Skipping ahead a little bit, we studied 4 peak hours. Industry standard data is only available for 2 of those peak hours. Moving along to the nursery school. The applicant hopes to open a nursery school that would eventually have 50 children. However, it is very likely that it would take several years to achieve that number. Nevertheless, that is what our calculations are based on. It would operate from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. Again, we ran the ITE trip generation calculations for a nursery school based on the size of the building. We anticipate a significant number of siblings would be dropped off to the nursery school within one vehicle. So we refined the industry standard data based on the square footage of the building to account for that high percentage of carpooling, so to speak. In conversations with the reviewing traffic engineer, he suggested that we also run calculations not simply based on the size of the building, but the 50 student count. And based on 50 students, the trip generation that is calculated was actually lower than what we used in the report. So I can conclude that the values that we used for the nursery school component of the report are conservative, in my opinion.
I apologize for interrupting, Madam Chair, but if I may, you said 9 to 2 for the nursery school. What days of the week?
Monday through Friday.
Thank you.
And just by way of clarification, the alternative methodology that you employed that was suggested by the board's consultant is more conservative than your underlying assumptions, taking into consideration the sibling assumption that you described earlier, or no?
The reverse. Our initial calculations, based on the size of the building plus the sibling percentage,
Mhm.
was actually higher
It's more,
than the running the calculations simply based on nursery school of 50 students.
thank you.
So based on the operations that I detailed previously, the hours that we studied, and there are 4 of them, weekday morning from 8:30 a.m. to 9:30 a.m., weekday afternoon 1:30 p.m. to 2:30 p.m., Friday evening 6 p.m. to 7 p.m., and Saturday midday 12 p.m. to 1 p.m.
And Andrew, why were those particular study times selected for purposes of preparing your study?
They align with the expected operational hours of the services, the religious services being held at the synagogue, and the nursery school hours of operation. Other secondary activities will take place in the building, but they will be of a far less scale and would take place during very much off-peak hours. So some examples of that are a Hebrew school that would occur once a week on Sunday from 10 a.m. to noon. The applicant anticipates 50 students might attend this class. Teen events are anticipated to occur twice a month with approximately 20 participants, and those are typically on Sunday afternoons. And adult education would occur once a week, Wednesday evenings from 7:30 p.m. to 9 p.m. Again, these events would take place on Sundays or significantly be off-peak, have very few attendees. So we felt that our 4 analysis periods covered when peak operations of this proposed development would occur.
Just repeat what those hours were again.
Sure. The study hours, correct? 8:30 a.m. to 9:30 a.m., 1:30 p.m. to 2:30 p.m., 6 p.m. to 7 p.m., and 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. And those are the hours utilized in the most recent traffic analysis that was submitted to the board and its professionals.
The one dated November 6th?
Correct. Okay, so pardon me for elaborating on this a little bit at length, but I think it is helpful and might answer a lot of the questions that the public might have. So, like other Jewish houses of worship in the town, the applicant does not anticipate hosting receptions for life celebrations or funerals. Only approximately 5 bar mitzvahs or bat mitzvahs are expected per year at the synagogue. That ceremony is typically held during regular Sunday service, and approximately 10 more family units may attend as compared to regular service. Only approximately 5 bris ceremonies are expected per year at the synagogue. They typically occur at the parent's home, which is why that number is low. The ceremony is typically held on Sundays or weekday mornings. And finally, attendance for the high holy days. So you're looking at Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, could reach 300 people. Again, those are essentially only 2 days and the applicant is willing to consult with the Township Police Department to determine if any traffic mitigation or assistance might be necessary for those 2 days. Okay, yes, apologize. So moving along to the location of the project. The site is located at the southwest corner of the unsignalized intersection of Old Short Hills Road with Parsonage Hill Road. The site was formerly occupied by a residence, which was demolished earlier this year. Was and still is accessed via one driveway along Old Short Hills Road and one driveway along Parsonage Hill Road. Both roadways are county roadways. However, Old Short Hills Road is under municipal jurisdiction south of the intersection. Old Short Hills Road carries approximately 20,000 total vehicles on a typical weekday. It covers significantly less traffic over the weekend. Saturday volumes are 19% less than a typical weekday. Sunday volumes are 27% less than a typical weekday. Parsonage Hill Road carries about a third of the traffic that Old Short Hills Road carries. On-street parking is prohibited along both roadways. Speed limit for both roadways is 35 miles per hour. Sidewalk is not provided along Parsonage Hill Road. There are pedestrian paths as you travel along the westerly side of Old Short Hills Road, south of Parsonage Hill Road. It's generally intermittent, and the formal concrete sidewalk generally picks up again around Hobart Avenue. These Old Short Hills Road and Parsonage Hill Road intersect at an unsignalized T intersection, although there is a residential driveway on the east side of the intersection. Old Short Hills Road is approximately 30 feet wide south of Parsonage Hill Road. Based on field observations, there are some instances when a northbound vehicle is waiting to make a left turn onto Parsonage Hill Road, that northbound vehicles can pass that vehicle waiting to make the turn, but more often than not, a vehicle waiting to make a left turn stops all northbound traffic. Regarding the eastbound approach of Parsonage Hill Road to the intersection, the eastbound lane flares to about 24 feet wide at the stop bar. Drivers need to stop past the stop bar to be able to see north and south along the roadway and determine if it's safe for them to accept the gap and enter the flow of traffic. This the importance of bringing up the flared approach of the eastbound approach is that it essentially serves as a small de facto left turn lane for eastbound traffic, where even if two vehicles are waiting to make an eastbound left turn onto Old Short Hills Road, motorists making a right turn onto Old Short Hills Road can pass those vehicles. So that allows the geometry of the intersection to process many more vehicles as compared to a strictly single lane approach. Finally, pedestrian accommodations at the intersection are limited to a single ADA ramp at the corner of the subject property. So regarding the details and methodology of our traffic impact study, we have been working closely with the township's traffic engineering consultant to address his concerns and comments raised in the review letter. The primary change from the submitted traffic impact study and the most recently submitted response letter is shifting the study hours to better align with the operations of the proposed house of worship. The peak operating hours of the proposed house of worship do not align with the commuter peak hours on the adjacent roadways. To illustrate that, The roadway peak hour in the morning is 8 a.m. to 9 a.m., whereas based on the operations of the nursery school and some modest flexibility of when parents can drop off their children or pick up their children, the weekday morning peak hour was selected to be, for analysis purposes, 8:30 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. So about a half-hour shift. The other peak hours are significantly shifted even more. The weekday afternoon roadway peak hour is 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. However, again, the nursery school would end at 2 p.m. So we studied 1:30 p.m. to 2:30 p.m. Friday evening, the roadway, the roadways and the intersection itself peaks from 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. We studied 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. for our analysis, so much after that. And then the roadway peak hour for Saturday midday is 11 a.m. to 12 p.m., whereas we studied 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. based on when Saturday services would conclude. So because of that shift in the study peak hours, our revised analysis is reflecting acceptable levels of service in both the existing and future condition for all of the time periods, with the exception of the weekday morning time period, that 8:30 a.m. to 9:30 a.m., which is when we're calculating that the eastbound approach would operate under capacity constraints, not just in the future condition, but today. So to investigate that further, we conducted what is called a gap availability study, whereby we reviewed video that was collected for the purpose of counting cars through the intersection and quantified the number of gaps that are available for both left turns and right turns. Even though the intersection is calculated to operate under capacity constraints based on the software modeling used, there are ample gaps in traffic for additional traffic. There are ample gaps in traffic for additional trips that are generated by the proposed development. The reason we're seeing an adequacy of gaps as compared to a situation where our analysis results are indicating the intersection is operating at capacity constraints is likely due to two factors. Motorists accepting smaller gaps in traffic than the national standard that is used for the analysis, and also platooning of vehicles due to upstream and downstream intersections, which create artificial gaps in traffic. That helps increase.
Can you just officially define what you mean by a gap?
Okay, absolutely. So a gap in traffic means a period in time in which there are no conflicting movements. So if I am waiting to make a right turn at an intersection, I have to look to my left, and the time between vehicles approaching my vehicle, that is the gap. And when a gap is generally on the order of 6 seconds, that is adequate to be able to make a turn. So we essentially reviewed the video and counted the number of 6-second gaps, plus or minus, depending on the turn that we studied. Looking back onto the site would provide 95 physical parking spaces, which meets the parking requirement for this site after taking credit for the electric vehicle charging spaces. The access is proposed via one full movement driveway along Parsonage Hill Road and one egress only driveway along Old Short Hills Road. Recent improvements to the site plan have relocated the driveway along Parsonage Hill Road as far west as is feasible, which would significantly limit the impact that queuing might have on the driveway operations as compared to where the existing driveway is and the initially proposed location of the driveway.
And, excuse me, Andrew, in your professional opinion, was that a beneficial modification to the site plan? Do you feel that the traffic will circulate more efficiently as a result of that change?
Significantly.
And was that change also consistent with any recommendations that the board's traffic consultant made in that regard?
Correct. Regarding the board's traffic engineer, the review letter, there were a number of comments pertaining to MUTCD compliance and ADA design compliance. We can agree to comply with all of those comments. So to summarize,
Andrew, if I
yes.
may, so the November 6th letter that we submitted electronically to the board, and we also had hard copies available for distribution last time. Does that indicate those kind of item by item, if you will, those areas where the board, the applicant confirms its stipulation to comply with the applicable recommendation?
Correct. So to summarize my direct testimony, we have made every effort to understand all of the components of the proposed use. We have been closely coordinating with the township's reviewing traffic engineer to ensure our analysis meets his guidelines. We are confident that this development will not have a significant impact on the operations of the adjacent roadway network based on the low trip generation of each component of the development and the fact that the hours do not peak at the same time as the commuter roadway peak hours or the adjacent roadways peak hours. So that concludes my direct testimony. I'd be happy to answer any questions that the board and its professionals may have.
Thank you, Andrew.
Okay, thank you. So we'll first invite Mr. Fishinger. We had you sworn in last time, correct? Or-
I believe
He
so.
was, yes,
Yes.
yes. And I expect he's gonna ask questions now, but certainly he's free to testify as well.
That's fine. And if you just introduce yourself again. for the
Again,
benefit
sure.
of everybody.
And Joseph Fishinger with Brightview Engineering. So Andrew, just a few questions. And for the board's information, we have been going back and forth with a lot of these technical issues, including he provided me with a link to the video that was taken for the recording. So I did have an opportunity to review that prior to the hearing.
That was the gap analysis video?
Yes, which incidentally, and Mr. Vishio can correct me if I'm wrong, that's the same video that's used to collect the traffic data. They put a camera out, let it record all day, and then count how many cars go by. Just a couple of questions. I'm gonna go backwards first. So with regard to the various sign and the MUTCD and ADA clarifications, you're agreeable to work with either my office or the township engineer to address that to our satisfaction. And for the board's edification, there's still a number of minor issues where maybe the sign's not in the perfect spot, or it's pointed the wrong way, or they're referencing the wrong sign detail. Nothing that's going to change the project in any significant way, but we just want to make sure that they get done right. As far as the number of students with the nursery school,
Yes.
first question, do you know the ages of those students? Is this infants? What's the age range for those kids?
Pre-kindergarten,
So less than under 4?
yes.
Okay. And since you based your analysis on the updated analysis, considered a 50 student maximum, are you agreeable to a condition, should the board approve the application, that the nursery school would be limited to 50 students?
I'm gonna have to consult with the applicant on that before we can swear to that. So I'll have to confer with
Okay.
the rabbi.
Thank you.
And then with regard to the hours studied, I'm expecting I'll get a similar answer to this question. Since the hours you're using in your analysis are based on the hours of operation and not the roadway peak, are you agreeable to a stipulation that if the hours would change significantly, that you would return to the board? My primary concern is the nursery school, that where if you're saying the nursery school starts at 9 and therefore doesn't operate right at the roadway peak, if that were to change and you decide to start at 8 a.m., my concern is a new analysis would be required.
If I may, for clarification, you're saying primarily the nursery school, but are you saying only the nursery school, or are you saying both, but primarily the nursery school and asking for that stipulation?
I'm asking for the stipulation for both.
For both.
And for the board's information, my primary concern is the elementary
I have
school.
trouble with the use of the word significantly, because that's, I don't know who's defining that.
That's fair. I guess, well, he asked the
Okay.
question, let's hear, but I appreciate that, Dave.
I would say, anything more than, say, 15 minutes leeway. If all of a sudden they decide to start at 9:05, I don't know that we need to bring them back to the board. But if it's going to be, my definition of significant would be more than 15 minutes. But obviously, the board makes that decision. You can deliberate on exactly what time frame you'd like.
I'm sorry, don't continue, we're waiting for an answer.
I don't have an answer for you at the moment. If I could kind of get a comprehensive list of the recommended conditions.
And then if you'll bear with me, make sure there wasn't anything. And then Andrew, the only item in my memo that you didn't cover was regarding the location of the driveway on Old Short Hills Road. I had a comment about shifting that driveway further south so it aligned up with the street across the street. Can you comment on that, or is that something you're doing or not?
And I'm sorry, can you give us a number on your report, just for reference to the board and everybody?
15.
It's
15.
comment 15 in my report.
Thank you.
So the answer to that is twofold. One is the location of the driveway on Old Short Hills Road is largely influenced by the need to locate the drainage basins at the low point of the site. Park Road, we did, however, try to understand the potential impacts of that driveway.
Battery?
I think it was just a coincidence. The impacts of the slight offset. No, the battery's dying. I'll just speak loudly.
You can speak
You
into this
can
one
hear
first.
it.
So,
Andrew, you can
Oh,
just
that
come
one's
over
off?
here.
That'll come off.
You
oh
can-
yeah, you can remove that. Yeah, take it off the show.
Thank you. So Park Road is a dead end roadway. It provides access to only approximately 30 homes. So the impact of the turning vehicles exiting the site driveway or exiting Park Road is very very limited because it's only 30 homes.
Not true. Members of the audience, we will.
And when I say very limited, it's due to limited queuing for vehicles on Old Short Hills Road trying to turn into Park Road.
You're saying that there's, I just want to make sure I'm sorry, we need the audience to remain quiet. You were saying that there's limited queuing on Old Short Hills Road for people turning off,
For people turning into Park Road.
coming either north or southbound?
Well, northbound would be a right turn. Coming southbound, it would be a very limited queuing, yes.
What is very limited queuing mean? Just-
On the order of,
Was that observed
on the order of maybe 1 to 2 vehicles.
per peak or for what?
1 to 2 vehicle queue max during the busiest hour of the day.
I got it. So yeah, there wouldn't be more than 1 or 2 cars waiting to turn. So
Correct.
They may wait for some amount of time which wasn't observed or was
That calculation wasn't
made.
made. However, we did calculate what the delay is for northbound traffic making the left turn
Okay.
onto Parsonage Hill Road, which is, a comparable movement. And that was calculated as level of service A, which is a very small amount of delay.
Okay, thank you.
So Andrew, just so I'm clear, you are not proposing to move the driveway?
No.
Okay, and I'm sure the architect, when we get to him, we'll get to this in more detail. First, and I apologize if I get the numbering wrong, is it correct that the basement level or the lowest level of the building will be for the nursery school and the first and second or upper 2 floors will be the synagogue? Is that a correct assessment? And as far as in that regard, as far as parking, how can you go into how parking for the nursery school will work? Are people using both I'll say the upper and lower lots? Are they all expected to park in the lower lot? How is that going to work?
So the primary entrance for the nursery school component will be in that lower, via that lower parking level, the bottom right of the screen there. Again, the applicant hopes to be ramping up to 50 students. So there will be time to understand if the lower parking field alone is sufficient for those 50 students. However, there is a connection. You can walk through the building if you were to park in the upper parking level, which is generally to the top left of the screen. You can park there, walk through the building, and get to the nursery school component. So I anticipate that as the nursery school opens, there will be no need for anyone to park in the upper level to bring their child to the nursery school. But over time, it may be a situation where if you're age X to Y, please park in the upper level and walk your child through the front door, and vice versa.
And our architect will provide testimony confirming that internal pathway from upper to lower.
And then one last question, and this hopefully you can answer so we don't have to call back up the site engineer just for this. I had requested that the site triangles be shown on the landscaping plan. Is that something you can comply with? And my reasoning for that is whether it's the engineer or the forester, whoever's checking the landscaping, I'd like to have that triangle on their plan so they know that's an area they can't plant in.
Those site triangles are provided, and were in the package that was testified at the last application. I'm going to switch to that sheet right now.
For clarification, my question on it is I'd just like to make sure they're on the landscaping plan and not a separate exhibit.
The gate 2 is the landscaping plan.
I understand it. Right now, it's on the next sheet. We can certainly place it on the landscaping sheet.
So other than, and we can go into any detailed technical questions the board may have, but as far as the mathematical analysis through the back and forth in their resubmission, they've redone the analysis and addressed my technical mathematical comments. We can go through them in detail if you'd like, but to that effect,
If there are any
they-
questions, yeah, we would ask you to do so. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Appreciate it.
I do have
Yes,
one question.
please.
I understand, when you were,
Speak to the mic.
I apologize.
Thank you. That's okay.
I'm sorry,
It's
I
just
thought
so
my
it's
voice
picked
was
up.
loud. When you mentioned peak hours, and I'm assuming that he took what you referenced as peak hours, what months were those in? Do you know? Or did I miss that part?
I don't believe Mr. Vishio said exactly what date the count was. I'll let him
Okay,
answer it since
okay, thank
he
you.
did the counts.
The traffic counts were conducted Thursday, May 30th, Friday, May 31st, and Saturday, June 1st of this year.
And that was not the holiday weekend?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, how are you? I have a question. Yeah, so I might have missed it, but it seems as if you did a traffic study for Saturday morning after services concluded. But, sorry, it appears as if you did the traffic study after services concluded Saturday morning. Did you also do it for Saturday prior to services? For some reason, it seemed I missed that time.
We focused on the end because that is when people would be departing, and it's closer to when the Saturday peak is occurring along the adjacent roadway network. So the hours, so for Saturday morning, the service would begin at 9:30 a.m. Traffic is much less on the road, and all of those trips are ingress, which are affected much less by the adjacent intersection as opposed to egress trips.
And as far as, and this might be a use question, but I'm a little concerned with assumptions about the number of mitzvahs that are going to be observed, just because if you're assuming 300 people for the high holidays, it just seems low to say 5 mitzvahs for the rest of the year. So I'm just wondering if you were to say double that to 10 mitzvahs per year, and I don't know what the assumptions are for how many people, let's say the assumption is that there were, I think, 20 was Friday. I think there was a little bit more on Shabbat services. So if you're going to have a mitzvah, you have family, you have friends, let's say you double that. So what does that do to the calculations if you were to increase mitzvahs to, let's say, 10 a year, and then double the amount of participants between friends and family? How does that affect the calculations?
I think it's mitigated somewhat based on the day of the week that those are expected to occur, which are during regular Sunday service, which I think I testified was approximately 27% less traffic than a typical weekday, even less traffic than a typical Saturday. So the fact that those events occur on Sunday is allows me to conclude that even if, let's say, 10 more family units attended, it wouldn't significantly change our findings. A slightly higher trip generation on Sunday might be the same result as a slightly lower trip generation on a Saturday, when you combine the higher traffic volume on Saturday versus the lower traffic volume on a Sunday.
What if it's more than slight? Like, what if it's double?
The volumes or the attendees?
Isn't that, it's kind of the same?
The volumes are extremely consistent. I don't anticipate any unexpected uptick in weekend traffic volumes. The size of or the number of attendees is not something I can speculate on. But the only thing that we could do as traffic engineers is perform a sensitivity analysis to understand at what number of attendees would we begin to see a degradation in level of service and delay. And again, based on those occurring on Sundays, I think the number of attendees would have to be very high for there to be a significant deterioration or degradation of level of service.
And I think that's what, I think that's what we're trying to get to really is forget about stats and numbers. What's the real impact to the community and the neighborhood around there? And so I think, and I'd like to hear from Mr. Fishinger also about his opinion, if you concur, that based on the numbers, and let's even assume some higher numbers, what's the quality of life in that area, like that corner? What's the impact on this, from the traffic, on the quality of life for the neighborhood in that area?
You want to answer first since you're up there, Andrew?
Sure. I think that we've established the scale of the services on each of the days of the week. It would be difficult for me to provide you with an answer on the quality of life or the output or the metric that we use as traffic engineers is delay.
Can I
Right.
ask a question? maybe
Sure.
That gets to this. You just testified that the left turn from Old Short Hills Road to Parsonage is level of service A in existing conditions, that delay? Is that what you had said to me earlier?
From Old Short Hills to Parsonage.
For example,
Correct.
that left-hand turn. And what level of service would that left-hand turn become in future condition? Based on your analysis? Would it remain level A or would it change? And I know that's not the full answer of how does that affect the quality of life, but that's something sort
Sure.
of measurable that I think you could testify to.
So that level of service for that northbound left turn remains at A. It does increase in delay
Okay,
as you go into the future no build and build condition.
can you give us those?
Oh, yeah,
points?
sure.
Great.
So existing condition northbound left, 4.2 seconds on average for the left turn.
Okay.
So that means that, some motorists make the left turn with 0 seconds of delay and some might take 10 seconds.
Or 20, yeah.
Right. That only goes up to 5 seconds of delay in the build in the morning. But that's the northbound left turn, which is easier than the eastbound approach or eastbound left turn or right turn from Parsonage Hill Road to Old Short Hills Road. That's where
Or is it the opposite?
No. Say it again.
eastbound Parsonage Hill Road.
So if you're traveling eastbound on Parsonage and you're saying if you're trying to make a left to Old Short Hills North?
Well, the entire approach itself. Eastbound
Oh,
Parsonage Hill
how that backs
Road.
up in that general delay.
That approaches delay.
Right,
We're seeing more delay in the future scenarios as a result of both background growth
right.
and the site's traffic for
Okay.
that approach
And what are
compared.
those numbers?
Right, those numbers. For the existing condition, it's 46.9 seconds. And then the future condition without any development,
Right, just what, no bill.
71.6 seconds. And then in the build condition, it's 152 seconds.
If I may, what grades do those get?
F,
Report card,
F,
F to F?
F.
F existing,
F existing, F build.
super F build.
There's
That's
nothing
nice.
worse than F, correct?
Yes, correct. I think there needs to be a little bit of a reality check when it comes to the outputs of the model.
It's Legion?
I'm sorry?
What model is it?
The
Software?
the software that was used for our analysis. There are very important inputs that go into that model, specifically the size of the gaps that motorists accept
Mhm.
and the level of platooning in traffic, both on Parsonage Hill Road and Old Short Hills Road.
You may have to explain what that means, that jargon, platoon is.
Got it, understood. So, random arrivals would be if there were no like traffic signals nearby. But traffic signals nearby cause a concentration of vehicular flow on the roadway. So just to put some real world numbers to this, I referred to the video from 8:48 a.m. and 16 seconds to 8:53 a.m. in 5 seconds. I picked those times because they are, it was a time when I saw the highest concentration of eastbound vehicles approaching Old Short Hills Road. That's 289 seconds. In that time, 23 vehicles made a turn in the eastbound direction. That's an average of 12.6 seconds per vehicle.
Okay.
So that's the level of delay that is occurring in the real world as opposed to the software where we have limited ability to calibrate based on the inputs that Joe and I have collaborated on that are allowable to modify.
Joe, would you corroborate that real world tends to be better than computer modeling?
So in this specific case, yes, I went back and reviewed the video. I didn't sit and count in time every single car as they did, but I did spot check it to make sure their numbers were correct. And so for this specific condition, yes, when the cars are coming down, they're typically platooned together, 5 and 6 cars right behind each other, whether that's a traffic light half a mile away turned green and everybody followed, or you get one car that's going slower than the 6 behind it and they get backed up. So those cars platoon, and that means the gaps between the platoons are larger, and when that gap comes, 4 or 5 cars can make the turn. And usually once that first car takes longer to decide to make the turn, the second car behind it makes the turn a little bit faster. So they've taken that into account as well. If you read through my review memo in detail, the original analysis they did was adjusting that roughly 6.5 second gap down to 4, which I didn't like that idea because we don't want them to say, well, all right, that's the gap they're taking. I want to make sure they're taking a gap that is safe. That's why the reason to redo the analysis and to count the number of gaps that are available that are 6.5 seconds or larger to make sure that it's a safe movement. Whether it's 12 seconds to delay or 14 seconds to delay, in my opinion, isn't quite as important as making sure it's a safe operation, that there's enough time to make that turn. And what goes with that as well is the sight distance and the trims. We want to make sure that when you do pull up to there, you can see far enough to make a informed decision as to whether or not to turn. I'm sure I've done it a number of times. I'm sure all of you have made that turn many more times than I have. There's a lot of vegetation in both sides that limit that. So it's a combination. it's a combination of both making sure the gaps are large enough and making sure that cars can see to accept those gaps. To get back to your earlier question, as far as quality of life, we don't have a magical index that says quality of life, this or not. This project will add traffic to the intersection. If Mr. Vishio can quote his report with the exact numbers, but I believe roughly for the preschool, which is the higher of the numbers, that's roughly 30 vehicles in and out in that hour. So 30 come in, and maybe 32 in and 36 out, or vice versa, but roughly 30 vehicles come in that hour and leave in that hour. That is additional traffic that's going to be on the road that is not there now. That would be because of this site. So is there going to be more traffic? Yes, there is. My concern is to make sure that the roadways can handle it and they can accommodate it safely. So I can't tell you better quality of life or worse quality of life. I can tell you, yes, there's going to be more traffic, and I want to make sure that it can be accommodated safely.
So your conclusion is that it could be at least accommodated safely?
Yes, given the parameters that we've already discussed with regard to times of day and size, intensity of the development. If the development gets more intense or the timing shift, then we would need to review the analysis again to make sure that those conditions would still apply.
And that would also assume the accuracy of all the assumptions that were made based on operations and other issues, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Vishio, if I could, just,
I'm sorry, can I just ask a quick follow-up question just for my own benefit?
you could.
Is there any sort of formula or analysis? When you had said that the development of the site will bring, I think it was, in this case, 32, 36, what have you, additional cars, additional traffic to what's there now. Is there any sort of a reduction factor or consideration that there may be kind of pass-through trips, if you will? Like if you had like a 7-Eleven or something, you have pass-through trips and then somebody ducks in to get a cup of coffee on the way to work or ducks in to get gas on the way to work. Is it possible that there is existing traffic that's traversing these roads in the morning on the way to work that will now turn into the site to drop off their children on the way to work? So there are additional, there's a new turn in and a new turn out that obviously isn't there today. But in terms of the adjacent roadway network, some of those cars may already be there.
That is possible. And Mr. Vishio can chime in as he sees fit. Their analysis did not take into account that because we don't have any real reliable data for that. If this was a gas station or a convenience store, there is much more research where we can predict that. But a small nursery school like this, we just don't, at least to my knowledge, there isn't ITE data to support a pass-by trip for a nursery
So
school.
the applicant to provide pass-by trip information is the applicant's burden of proof with respect to all issues, including any traffic issues. So that's why you didn't consider it, correct?
Right. They didn't take any sort of credit for it, and I didn't think it was appropriate given the low number it would probably be. But it is possible that somebody who would be dropping their kid off is already going through the intersection and just would be stopping along their way.
Just one more question about
I have
about
one
safety.
for
If people are leaving at the peak time after drop off in the morning and exiting the preschool and let's say making a northbound turn, so left out of the complex onto Old Short Hills Road, and then there's the intersection of Parsonage Hill and Old Short Hills, some people making a right. I don't recall, I know I had looked up the distance between the exit onto Old Short Hills Road from the preschool and the, I guess, entrance or exit from Parsonage Hill. How far away is that distance? And from a safety perspective, if people are making numerous lefts onto Old Short Hills Road going north, and people from Parsonage Hill are making rights going south, is that a safe operation?
Mr. Vishio can quote the exact numbers from the analysis. I don't want to testify to his report, but in my review, there is sufficient distance that that's not going to cause a problem. And just to follow up on that, when the analysis is done and I check to make sure his numbers are correct, those volumes are carried through each intersection. So if the car makes a left out of their site driveway and then goes through the intersection at Old Short Hills and Parsonage Road, that volume is added to that intersection as well. Once the car is added, the cars are added through the entire network, not just the one driveway.
The distance is about 300 feet from the intersection. The site triangle is shown on that exhibit. There's nothing impeding someone looking to the left towards Parsonage Hill Road when exiting that driveway. And as we indicated previously, we are going to superimpose that onto the landscape plan just to ensure that there's nothing being proposed on site that would be within that triangle.
Thanks. Okay, Allison, you got it.
Yes, for Mr. Fishner, in your professional opinion, if, and I understand the study was done May 30th, 31st, and June 1st. If this study were to be done today, how significant would that be?
I think
The-
we want to direct questions to the applicant first, because he won't necessarily know how, but I guess we could do both, so.
In his professional opinion, he could tell us.
Sure,
Yeah.
you can give us one.
So generally speaking, volumes on these roads are surprisingly consistent throughout the year, excepting things like holidays and weekends. And I did compare their counts to other historical data that's either published by the county or DOT, just to make sure that their numbers are consistent. And they are consistent with other counts done at other times of the year. Generally speaking, and I don't know the exact number for this road, traffic volumes on these roads, they vary by less than 10% over the course of the year. That it's not a significant change through days of the year, provided it's what we consider a typical day. Schools are in session, weather's decent weather, no crashes or events like that.
Thank you.
Let's do Srini and then Michael.
So I have a question for Mr. Vizio as well as Mr. Fishinger. Mr. Vizio, you conclude in your report that the proposed development would not have a significant impact on the traffic operations of the adjacent roadway network. So I'm curious, based on your professional experience, I'm assuming you've done projects of similar size and scope. Could you define what significant is, and can you quantitatively say what the magnitude would be considered to be significant? Because I think you said 20,000 vehicles pass by Old Short Hills Road every day. So would 1% be considered significant, 2%, 5%?
I'm working on a project right now in Neptune Township for a hospital expansion. It's along a state highway. NJDOT has very strict level of service degradation criteria. Not meeting that degradation criteria requires mitigation. So if we were to propose something that didn't meet DOT's degradation criteria, I would say that is having a significant impact. What we as traffic engineers would do is try to figure out how we mitigate that. Sometimes it's roadway widening, sometimes it's roadway restriping, sometimes it's changing traffic signal timings. But generally, when we identify something significant, we attempt to mitigate it. And every reviewing jurisdiction has a different level of what they consider significant.
So you can't quantitatively say if it's X percentage, then it's significant.
NJDOT's definition of a significant increase in trips is 100 peak hour trips. That is NJDOT's definition of significant.
Madam Chair, what's the county?
County doesn't have, to my knowledge, I could be wrong. I don't think that they have a definition that says X trips is significant.
They defer to the state DOT, or they use the same?
I don't believe Essex County has published degradation criteria.
Understood. Thank you.
I could
Srini,
be
was that
corrected
answer
on
your
that.
question?
If it's 100, just based on the math that was previously described, 30 times in, 3 times out, times 2, because you have to drop off as well. That's 120 right there, right? Isn't it significant?
The highest peak hour number of trips that we're calculating in a peak hour is 69.
Michael, go ahead.
My question was, I understand you did studies on Saturday, but you did not do one on Sunday, which based on your testimony, that's when we have services, we have education facilities, education going on, as well as events throughout the year. So could you explain why it was not necessary to do a study on a Sunday and then project with all of that growth?
It's a combination. We determined the study peak hours based on a combination of both the roadways traffic volume and the operations of what's being proposed. And you're generally seeking to study the hours where the proposed development could have the largest impact. Not only did we do turning movement counts during the peak hours, we also placed automatic traffic recorders on Old Short Hills Road to understand the fluctuations of traffic 24/7 for 1 week. And the Sunday volumes were 27% less than a weekday. So when you take a look at the ambient background growth being so low, even if the trips generated by the site might be slightly higher than, say, a Friday evening or a Saturday, the result would be better operations for that Sunday period.
So may I have a follow-up on that? Because that was one of my questions. You're testifying that the Sunday is 27% lower on Old Short Hills Road on Parsonage? Where was that count done?
Sure. So
And the reason I ask is it's a
Yep.
big surprise to me because there's a reservation, as you know, nearby this. And on Sunday mornings, which is the time period that we're talking about, Brookside Drive is closed to vehicular traffic. So a lot of traffic traveling westbound through our town uses Old Short Hills Road to travel northbound. And I would anticipate Sunday to not be 27% lower, but I guess that's what I just want to understand that if that is the mean, or do you mean like eastbound on Parsonage, or what direction were you measuring?
just Old Short Hills Road, combination of both directions of traffic for the entire day.
On Sunday?
The entire day on Sunday.
Okay.
I would have to like manually do the calculations
No, I
for a
understand.
specific hour.
Okay,
And I think that's
But I would
important
be
because
curious.
that's the reservation is not closed the entire day, it's closed in the morning,
Mhm.
which is exactly when this, the operations are occurring here. So what happens at 4 in the afternoon is not really relevant
as much,
as
right?
to the same
Okay.
degree.
Can I ask another question, Mr. Bishop?
Mhm.
Well, yeah, one, would that be a reasonable request to ask for you to go back and confirm that 11 a.m. to 12 a.m. hour on Sundays?
I could do it right now. 11 a.m. to 12. So our study peak
11
hour.
a.m. to noon, I'm sorry if I said
Yeah.
12 a.m. to.
Our study peak hour was on Saturday, 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Services on Sunday also conclude at noon.
Okay.
On Saturday, so we're focusing on the 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. hour.
Sure.
The total is $1,203 total vehicles on Old Short Hills Road on Saturday.
Okay.
And then Sunday, 1,157
Okay, so that's not 27% less. 1,211.57.
for, correct, not for that peak hour.
Okay. But it is less, so thank you. I appreciate the,
That was Sunday, 11 a.m. to noon?
that was
No,
12.
12 to 1.
Oh, also 12.
The same hours, because that's how we testified, it would be the same operations. Okay, thank you. Any follow-ups on that?
So,
Okay.
so given that, I guess, because it sounds to me like there's more activity on Sunday than there is on Saturday, because in addition, they both have services, but Sunday has the Hebrew school as well as the events, be they the bar mitzvahs or the weddings or whatever. That sounds like Sunday needs to be looked at as well, because it's, comparable to in significance to Saturday, and it sounds like it would generate more traffic.
If I may, our next witness is going to be the rabbi, who's going to be in the best position to give detailed information with regard to the daily operational aspects of the functioning of this facility. I do not believe it's correct to assume that there's going to be more activity on Sunday mornings than there is Saturday, but the rabbi can delve into that. in
Okay, we
greater
can have that
depth.
testimony.
Yes.
Would we still be able to make additional follow-up questions or requests of traffic if we have follow-up questions based on the rabbi's testimony?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Frank, did you want to follow up on that?
Yeah, I had some questions. So was any modeling done to calculate what the impact would be on the high holy days when there's potentially 300 people here, or if there were, a large event? Was there any modeling done to show what the impact would be in that case? And additionally, was any modeling done if the parking lots were fully utilized, what the impact would be there? Because obviously it seems like, under normal circumstances, there's a lot more parking spaces available than would be necessary, but if there was any sort of growth, that would assume be somewhat constrained by the amount of parking spaces. If that growth were to occur, what would that impact be as well?
No, we didn't model those high holy days. It's similar to not modeling or designing based on the highest peak hour that occurs over the course of a year. Generally, as traffic engineers, you design for the 85th percentile. So that's why we focused on what the operations would be, 362 days of the year, not those other 3 days. And again, the applicant has expressed that they're willing to, work with the police department and the engineering department and the township to understand what, if any, traffic control might need to occur at the intersection during those days.
And if the amount of ingress and egress were to increase similar to the capacity of the lot, so instead of 30 or 90, what would the impact be there?
What would the impact be on?
On the traffic patterns and surrounding area. So, for example, if right now they're projecting that there'll be 30 ingresses and egresses, if that goes up to 50 or 60, I think the parking lot has a capacity for 90 cars, what would that impact be?
Yeah, I haven't performed that sensitivity analysis. I have no reason to think that the values that we've cited in our report are misrepresent what typical traffic would be, specifically because we cross-checked it against the Institute of Transportation Engineers. Again, for those very few days of the year, you may certainly see extensive delays at the intersection, the subject intersection, entering the driveways, exiting the driveways. I'm not disputing that.
And just to clarify, what you've mentioned a couple of times now that the applicant has expressed a willingness, as I think was recommended in the planner's report, to work with the local police department and what have you to mitigate traffic on those days. Are you specifically referring to actually having like traffic police officers out there to direct traffic and stop oncoming traffic and wave in to facilitate those movements. Is that specifically what you're referring to?
Correct, not physical changes, but traffic control officers or the like.
Was any calculation done to contemplate if people were to illegally park on Parsonage Hill, what impact that would have?
No.
Would, going back to the appreciating the applicant's willingness to work with the police, would they cover that at their cost? Is that something? Yes.
If that's, I know, there are religious institute and facilities throughout town that routinely do that. And so whatever the standing, arrangements are, if that's, that's part of the tax, there's a separate, per hour fee, whatever the township, does to recoup its expenses in that regard, we wouldn't seek to be accepted from that, but just uniform treatment is all, but yes.
Appreciate that.
But I guess given that, right, if it is 300 people and there are only 90 spaces, it's not clear to me where that's gonna, even if it's 2 people to a car, that's 150 people, 150 people looking for spaces. Not clear where they're gonna park, and I would guess people are gonna come in, think they're gonna find a parking space, find out it's full, come back out and look around. I mean, it just seems like it would make the situation even have more egress coming in and out to
So
deal with that.
I think that there's more parking supply than, I think that the parking supply that's being proposed will go a long ways even on the high holy days. So I took a look at the Institute of Transportation Engineers parking generation manual, changing things up on you a little bit. The parking generation manual provides a rate of 0.41 parking spaces per attendee. So with 300 attendees, that's 123 vehicles. So in order for the 95 parking spaces to accommodate 300 people, that ratio would have to be, lower from 0.41 to 0.32, or slightly more than 3 people per car. So it's not a huge jump based on the industry standard data that would get us to a place where the parking supply that's being proposed is adequate even for the high holy days. And if it's exactly that 0.41 rate, we're talking 28 vehicles, which could be, arranged through formal carpooling, perhaps a small shuttle. Maybe the rabbi could identify an off-site parking location where someone with a small van could transport people. I just wanted to convey that it's not 300 vehicles. It's a smaller amount of vehicles.
And also, just to clarify, the requirements under the ordinance with regard to parking are twofold with regard to houses of worship, right? They're tied to both the overall square footage of the size of the facility that's proposed, as well as the number of seats in the sanctuary. So it kind of in terms of the size of the facility and the expected attendance. And under both those requirements, we comply with what the ordinance requires with regard to the number of parking, correct?
That is correct. We took the higher of the two and we comply with the higher.
Great, thanks. I have a question. I want to go back to Parsonage, coming eastbound towards the intersection. You talked about, and thank you for giving like the numbers of seconds. It's 46 or something existing, and it will go up in the build scenario to about 150 seconds of delay.
According to the model that we are using, that we've had limited ability to calibrate.
Got you. Can you speak to what that means in terms of queuing distance? Because I'm concerned about how far back it goes, even beyond the property potentially. I mean, 150 seconds is over 2 minutes, so 2.5 minutes. So what does that sort of look like along that roadway?
Even with that failing movement that we cited, which I have given reasons why I don't think it will be that bad. The 95th percentile queue length is 13 vehicles. Now, the driveway was shifted 270 feet away from the intersection.
Right.
So, assuming a vehicle takes 20 to 25 feet of distance, that's 11 to 13 vehicles that can fit in that 270-foot spacing distance between the intersection and the driveway. And then you could take that 11 to 13 and add the queue storage for 2 more vehicles because of the flared approach.
Sorry, I want to just make sure my math is matching yours. 13 vehicles up to about 25 feet, right? You have the space, plus you leave a little space between you and the
Yep.
car in front of you. So that's like 325 feet, say, as the back of the line. 13 times 25 is 325.
Oh, I was saying 11 vehicles if you
11.
assume 25-foot
Okay, so
spacing.
take 50 off that, that's 275. And then you're saying the driveway is at 270 from the intersection?
Mhm.
So it's just about where that'll be. So that'll be on the subject property. It doesn't go past the queue.
Correct. And then that straight math that you did, you can tack on 2 additional storage for 2 more vehicles
But yeah,
because of the flared approach and the fact that 2 cars can be waiting to make a left turn while still letting the right turning vehicles pass.
But you could have a truck or a van or something. big
Fair.
too. Yeah.
Fair.
Okay, so it could be basically as long as almost the property up to that driveway.
I do not believe
In
it.
a worst case-ish scenario.
That is the pure output. I do not believe it would be that long for the reasons I cited previously. But even in this extremely conservative analysis, the queue, barely
Won't go into.
gets to the driveway.
Thank you. Thanks for.
And that's like the worst peak hour that we've looked at, the worst period of the day.
Okay, we'll go to Deborah and then you had a question.
I wanted to talk a little bit about the preschool. When my kids went to preschool, there was drop off. We didn't park our car and bring the kids in. We lined our cars up, dropped them off in the afternoon, we'd line them up, and they'd be brought out for pickup. So I'm wondering how many cars can that space accommodate if either for security or efficiency reasons, the synagogue decides that the preschool is going to go to a drop-off plan, and whether any of the cars that are waiting to do drop-off, should that occur, are going to be waiting on Parsonage Hill, therefore causing, more of a traffic issue. If there are 15 cars in the morning waiting to drop their kids off, can that driveway accommodate 15 cars or 20 cars if you're talking about a 50-student preschool?
Even if, my understanding is that parents will park and walk their children in. But even if they weren't, there is ample on-site drive aisle length where dozens of vehicles would be able to idle or queue on site within the parking field without encroaching onto Parsonage Hill Road.
David, do you have?
Yeah, thank you. So,
Can you turn your mic on just to make sure we're picking you up? Yep.
okay, good. Sir, the question I did not hear you address at all, when I look at the plans, there's, in the sanctuary space, it looks like, if I'm doing my math right, there's 148 seats. In the gathering space, there's 150. I didn't hear you talk about the gathering space and the traffic that can generate and when.
I would have to defer to how the gathering space is anticipated to be used.
Okay, so were you asked not to do that, or you just didn't think about analyzing that traffic that would generate, the people going in that?
I asked about every question that I could possibly thought of.
Okay.
So, yeah.
And the second is, did you look and do any investigation at all as to whether or not there are other projects being built in the area?
Yes, that's standard procedure. Let me look back at my originally submitted traffic impact study. We reviewed 2 years of minutes of the Planning and Zoning Board from January 2023 to May of 2024, and didn't find any planned developments in the immediate vicinity of the subject property.
That's from page 4 of your report?
Correct.
Okay, when you say we reviewed those minutes, who's we?
My staff.
Your staff? Okay. Have you ever reviewed any of their work on that to see whether or not that's correct?
Yes, I have.
Okay. You don't know anything about the Annie Says development that's being built in town?
Can you elaborate on the size of it?
149 units.
Okay.
And the
So,
location?
Locations on Milburn Ave and Essex, the corner there, near the train station, near the Milburn train station.
Right.
So you don't know about that, you didn't calculate that at all?
Well, let me clarify. There are two components of building the no build condition. There's other planned development projects, which are generally limited to something that's happening within a stone's throw of your development that is going to significantly change how something operates. There's also background growth rate. So we used the NJDOT approved background growth rate to establish our future no build condition, which was 1.75% annually for 2 years, which is typically enough to accommodate for developments such as that, which might not be, adjacent to the property, but could increase the ambient traffic volumes along the roadway.
And how many years out did you go, just to understand how that?
2.
But the question is, why isn't the Annie Says project mentioned in your report?
We felt that the background growth rate was sufficient to account for those additional trips.
Okay, so you knew about the Annie Says project, but you thought it was encompassed in your report, or you didn't know about the Annie Says project?
We take a much more focused look when it comes to other proposed projects than anything that's happening in town.
Okay, but could you answer my question? You either knew about it or you didn't know about it when you did your report, the Annie Says project.
I personally did not know about it. It didn't rise to the level of something that is standard operating procedure to account for in a traffic study like this.
But your report says that you went through the minutes of the planning board.
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Sure, you can ask a follow-up question, but
Just a board member asked you, in essence, you said there's two. There's background growth.
Yes.
And there's immediate vicinity.
Yes.
And then you said you defined immediate vicinity by saying it's a stone's throw.
Right.
I could throw a stone farther than some people. How do you define and measure immediate vicinity? By the way, some people could throw a stone farther than that, that's for sure. How do you define immediate vicinity? And what was utilized to define immediate vicinity for that first of the two components you just stated and testified to?
Right. There's no exact definition for immediate vicinity. What I look for in an adjacent development that needs to be included is something that is what I would consider significant using NJDOT's definition, right? 100 peak hour trips. If there is an infrastructure change associated with that proposed development, those are the types of things that I look at.
149 units, might that be significant if it was within the quote-unquote immediate vicinity?
It wouldn't generate, 149 residential units wouldn't generate 100 peak hour trips.
So no matter how close it is, you wouldn't consider it? you would just default to the background?
I would take everything into consideration.
Right, I mean, it's probably about a mile away, so.
Well, there's also the potential 75 unit development in Vistels that's
Right, but
right
it's,
yeah,
I understand.
on the same street.
Yeah, I
Did he answer
apologize
your
for-
questions, David? Just to make sure your question.
I got the best answer I could get out of him. I didn't
Okay.
get an answer.
That's fine.
That's
Gaston,
my
did you,
personal
were
opinion.
you asking another question?
No, it's the same thing, like you take into account the Beehive project, just down the street, 62, 149, 75 going in, just the two that are going in definitely. It's 3% of the housing in Millburn, and you're only comparing it to 1.75 growth. So to me, that doesn't quite equate. I think something should be done there, especially it's a major corridor, right? People use Main Street, people use Old Short Hills Road, people use Millburn Ave. So I'm pretty sure you're gonna have a high percentage of the car traffic from all of these using those roads. So it should have been, in my opinion, I don't know, maybe Mr. Fishinger could offer an expert opinion on that, it should have been.
I turned to Mr. Fishinger or to Graham, our planner, because you're also familiar, I know, with these developments happening in town. I didn't know if that was something that caused concern for you as you reviewed the reports as well.
Yeah,
Okay, thanks.
Sorry, I'm gonna kick you out of the way again to answer. Generally speaking, Mr. Vicio's numbers are correct. 100 and something units doesn't necessarily generate 100 trips. And the further the project is away from a particular site, that traffic does get watered down. Not everyone goes the same way. They are spread over. And the growth rate that that's 1.75% per year applied to the existing traffic volumes on the road. So they say, I can't do the compounding in my head, 3.5% roughly times that 20,000 cars a day number to get to that. And so given the distance that the NESAS project is away and the amount of background growth traffic that they used, I'm comfortable that it's incorporated into the background growth. Graham, I don't know if there was anything you needed to add.
I just have a clarification
Yeah.
question for,
Mr. Fisher?
yes, I'm sorry. You mentioned something that parking is not designed for the high holiday. Can you just clarify that one more time? You said it, the attorney came up and you both spoke on that. Can you just clarify, is that exactly what you said or? am I
We
misunderstanding?
meet the parking requirement for the township.
I
I do not know the exact people per vehicle percentage that would be anticipated for the high holy days. So I can't state specifically if 300 people would, if the parking field would be sufficient for 300 people.
Okay, it wasn't a trick question.
Sure.
It was clarification on what you said when it was brought up, that what did you do? And you calculated that at the max, it would be somewhat of 120 some on people, or
Mhm.
120 some on cars.
Correct.
Correct, on the high holy days, correct? Is that clarification?
That was correct. That was
Okay.
the calculation of the number of vehicles, assuming 300 people attending with the standard ITE parking rate.
Thank you.
Other questions from the members of the board?
So I would imagine you have a lot of experience with different types of projects and traffic related. In your professional experience, do you find that the ITE regulations with regards to the average number of people per car for something like the high holy days, does that align or is it higher or lower?
Yeah, it's pretty spot on. I've just these past few months have been working on application for a Starbucks where parking demand was of the utmost importance for the board. I cited ITE data had to provide sample data from existing Starbucks locations, and it was pretty much spot on to what ITE cited. I've done similar exercises in my career for convenience stores with gasoline service. I have a high level of confidence in the ITE data.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, board professionals, okay, great, go ahead, you can.
If I may, thank you. You used a factor of 30% reduction on siblings for the ITE trip generation for the daycare center.
Mhm.
What do you call it, daycare center, nursery school, preschool, what have you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. The ITE, that's 11th edition used for trip generation, not the parking, obviously.
I think we might be up to 12th
Oh, you're
edition.
12th? I think
It's
it
still
says
11?
in your report.
Thanks, John.
But is there a 12th edition?
Not yet.
I was asking the
My-
applicant. He didn't seem to be sure, but the
11th
in any
edition.
event, used IT 11th edition.
Correct.
Okay, the trip generation, 30%. So my understanding of the ITE trip generation is they look at actual uses around perhaps the country. Is that correct?
Correct.
Similar uses. Okay.
Correct.
So those uses, they're using, in essence, actual numbers for that sampling, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So wouldn't then implicit in that sampling be those vehicle trips that have more than one child in the car, i.e. siblings, and the reduction would be accounted for in the ITE trip generation data, correct?
If the daycares that were studied had an equal percentage of siblings,
Equal to what?
equal to what we're anticipating for this specific
Why,
use.
can you explain why you anticipate 3% more on top of the already implicit sibling percentages as an exception for the ITE trip generation?
That was raised in the reviewing traffic engineer's letter.
And what was your answer?
So what we did was we calculated the trips that would be, our initial calculation was based on the size of the facility. We then,
Were the different sizes utilized in the actual data that was utilized as a subset for the ITE trip generation for daycare center that you used?
could you repeat that? I apologize.
Sure. You said you were relying on the actual size of this proposed daycare.
Right.
I'll use the term daycare because that's what's used
Sure.
in the IT trip generation in your report. Was it compared to the size of the actual sampling that comprises the ITE trip generation data for daycare centers?
Oh, like the range of sizes of the
What
daycare
sizes?
center. I don't know those off the top of my head,
How
but
many
it's,
were there? How many samplings were there in the that comprise that data for daycare center for ITE land use 565 code?
I don't have that for me right now.
Okay, so you don't know how they compare it all to what you understand to be the operations and size of this particular proposed daycare, correct?
I could say that generally it is not significantly different than other daycare centers that I've
But we don't-
worked on in the past.
You just
I think
said
it's
you don't know what-
smaller.
But you just said you don't know what is in the subset by way of size or composition or sibling percentage, other than it implies sibling percentage in that composite, correct? And you don't know how many there were and where they came from nationally. Were any of them in New Jersey?
Yeah, I don't have the printouts from the actual raw report, so I can't give you the exact specifics. I could just give you my experience as a professional that has worked on many daycare centers.
Did they take essentially an average of the however many daycare centers there are, and they sort of try to find a standard deviation? Is that what they call it?
Essentially.
Okay, but do we have any information from you or in your report as to what the standard did? How many sites were utilized for that data? What the sizes were? What, if anything, relative to the sibling percentage is implicit therein, and what the standard deviation was? In other words, if there were 100 of them, what was the lowest? What was the highest?
I follow the question. I don't have the answers for you.
So, Madam Chair, if I can interrupt.
No, that's fine. I don't have anything Think
So,
further on that.
I want to clarify this because this ties into the discussion we had earlier with the 50 students. My concern was similar to that based on the size of the building, I felt their numbers would have been low because they were taking a 30% credit in addition to just some people have 2 kids. That was the impetus for the request of the condition that it be capped at 50 students. Because ITE gives us estimates both on building size and student size. And the student for 50 students is actually less than the numbers they were using in their analysis. So by capping it on the number of students, whether the building could physically hold more or not, then we're tying it to number of students, not a building square footage. So that was the addressing that issue was the impetus for a 50
I
student cap.
appreciate that. What I'm trying to get at, and I apologize if I'm taking too much time, Madam Chair, but it's the sibling reduction, because if it is assumed, which it must be by definition, it's implied, by virtue of the sampling that's utilized for the ITE Land Use Code 565, undoubtedly there's siblings with some of the students. Then the question becomes, what if there was not such a reduction? And maybe what would the ITE trip generation, I guess we do the math, we could take out the column that has the negative numbers, that deduct from the gross numbers. But how would that change, if at all, your testimony with respect to ITE trip generation, if you would assume no reduction for siblings beyond that which is implicit in the sampling in the ITE trip generation code that you utilize?
We perform those calculations. So the trip generation manual allows you to calculate trips based on size of the building and the number of students. For a 50-student daycare center, across the board, the trips were lower according to ITE than the trips that we used in our report.
Right, but if you use the ITE trip generation as you used, am I correct? I'm looking at your page 6 of your report under daycare center. If you don't deduct the 30% deduction for the siblings, it looks like you have 97 total peak hour in weekday morning and 98 total peak hour in the weekday midday, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I guess that is technically under 100, isn't it? It's
Correct.
okay, but it's close, isn't it?
Right.
Okay.
But I want to.
And that's just the
state-
daycare, the trip generation is different for the house of worship, but I guess you're testifying at least that if there's no overlap, the synagogue traffic, at least with the exception of the high holy days and other mitzvahs, would be less than the daycare. Is that correct?
Right. Correct. But I assume that a daycare center of that size, 8,200 something square feet, is probably licensed for more students than 50. I wouldn't anticipate 51 entering vehicles for 50 students, especially considering the sibling consideration.
And hence the request by the traffic engineer to cap at 50, which is still pending because nobody's accepted it yet. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. No, I have nothing further. I apologize
No,
for
thanks for clarifying.
capitalizing on that.
Graham, you had a question?
I just wanted to confirm alignment of the
Sorry,
traffic.
can you introduce
Oh,
yourself?
sorry,
just
yeah,
for the
sorry.
benefit of the-
Graham Petto, here's the board planner this evening.
And was previously sworn.
Yes, thanks. I just wanted to confirm alignment between your traffic analysis and the on-site circulation, particularly related to the childcare, so the nursery school drop-off.
Absolutely.
So because the drop-off location, and just for the benefit of everybody, is only at the lowest level, correct? So but we haven't heard interior circulation testimony of the building yet, but the lowest level. So be those spaces. So all morning traffic entering the site for drop-off would enter from Parsonage Hill and then circulate down on the site, park, and execute the drop-off, and then exit onto Orchard Hills. I just wanted to confirm that your analysis reflected that. That would be the
That's
only
correct.
circulation movement, that there wouldn't really be any drop off in the upper lot. So there wouldn't be exiting vehicles out to Parsonage Hill Road during the morning hours.
The majority is expected to use this lower parking field, but we did adjust our trip distribution for the possibility that some parents may have to park in the upper parking area and may decide to exit onto Parsonage Hill Road.
Okay, and do you have an
So we
idea
didn't-
for how that was split or percentages? I'm just curious,
Oh,
as far as the trip share split.
it just a small percentage.
Okay, so but the majority, the vast majority would be out to Old Church Hills Road.
Correct.
Okay, just wanted to confirm. Thank you.
Thank you. More questions?
Following that, too, unless they live off of Parsonage Hill Road, so that small percent, I guess I'm saying, wouldn't someone use the shortest distance for where they live to
Yeah, and to avoid having to make two
make
left
two turns?
right?
We do have some trips routed to make a left turn onto Parsonage Hill Road during the hours of the daycare centers operating. We
Do we have a percent? And was that percent considered that that was the closest distance? Or is just the percent of how many people would be parking and then bringing their child? Or were both of those calculated?
It's about 10% of the exiting trips.
And that's with both, right?
Yes.
How did you come up with that 10%? Was there,
Engineering judgment, we think that the lower parking level will be sufficient for all of the nursery school drop off. But understanding that some parents might choose to park in the upper level, we had to assign a percentage and we had to use engineering judgment.
so it was just, you picked 10%. You don't have a basis for why you picked 10%, is that what you're saying? That was just your judgment?
Correct.
Okay, further questions from any professionals?
Just
Go ahead.
my only follow-up question to all of this is just operationally, like, will that upper level door be open? These are questions that we'll need answers once we get on operations. You know, for folks to come in, I'm assuming there's an elevator
Yep.
to access the lower level, so just clarification on that one.
Absolutely.
Okay, if no further questions from the boards, then we will open it up to the public for,
If I may, Madam Chair, just before we do that, just by way of context, and it's applicable to some of the questions and comments that came from the board members as well. I think it's important to bear in mind that neither this applicant or any applicant, when you have a variance-free application, is responsible for addressing adverse traffic impacts for, and Annie says that's a mile away from the site. I think the police report indicates that there was a concern about the fact that the Paper Mill Playhouse is approximately a mile from the site. It's not incumbent upon any applicant, this one or any other, who's not seeking variance relief from the board to account for and mitigate perceived or potential off-site adverse traffic impacts. So to the extent that folks get bound up in that, that is not this applicant's job to address to the extent that it even needs to be addressed. I think it's important to bear that in mind as we pursue questions of the board's expert and the applicant's expert.
I appreciate that. I think our board still has to do its due diligence, is doing our job and trying to understand the
Sure,
impacts to the
sure.
community. So I think the questions haven't been out of line.
No,
But I
but
appreciate
certainly
what you're
the questions and the due diligence should be focused on what's within the proper purview of the board to take action on is all.
Okay, go ahead.
And of course, the off-site trip generation and the build, no build, and the assumptions, they were all part parcel of the report.
Sure.
Provided the traffic impact study by your the applicant's traffic engineer. So just to reiterate, certainly it's reasonable and fair game for questioning to
Yes.
test that information, credibility, et cetera, correct?
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, and that's a standard part of a traffic report and it was part of ours. Bearing that in mind, though, that doesn't, it's not proper to take the next step to say, well, we've heard these things and it troubles us, so that would be an appropriate grounds to deny an application like this. That's an entirely different.
I'm familiar with the Dunkin' Donuts doctrine, as some people like me call it, and the case law applicable, within which I assume you would concur that at a minimum, site circulation and ingress and egress to and from the site is fair game, if you will, for the board to address and require the burden of proof to be met by the applicant, even under the Dunkin' Donuts case and its progeny,
I
correct?
do, yes, and that standard, I believe, is safe and efficient.
I think we both did our parts. Thank you.
Thanks. So if members of the public want to come, we'll invite you to come forward. Please state your name and address. And then again, this is just for questions for the traffic engineer based on the testimony and the questions and responses you heard this evening. Welcome.
Hey, good evening. Tim
Oh,
DeGar.
Real question,
I'm sorry.
because it's some people's first time. So right now they can ask questions. If they brought their own expert to testify, would that happen later on?
In any, if I may.
Please
Chair,
respond.
I assume it's directed. And for the benefit of everyone, this is only questions of this witness based on this witness's testimony with respect to traffic generation and parking and the like. Any public comment, any testimony, which is testimony, any testimony from any witnesses that members of the public wish to call, if and when appropriate, that would be later. That is after the entirety of the direct case presented by the applicant who has the burden of proof. And then technically the applicant would have the right to rebuttal, if any, similar to the way it works in court.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Hey,
Thank you for
good
bearing
evening.
with us.
My name's Tim DeGarve. Spell your last name? It's Degavre. It's like Brett Favre. And I live at 20 Park Road, Short Hills, New Jersey. So I have a question for you. Did you look at, you mentioned quality of life. We talked about what's the impact on quality of life. Did you look at the impact of exiting Park Road and what that would mean for the 30 or so homes that live there?
I didn't analyze Park Road specifically. I don't think it would be substantially different. In fact, the level of service and delay calculations that I've been testifying to would be far less for vehicles exiting Park than as compared to Parsonage Hill Road.
But I have a different question.
Sure.
You're going to have traffic, especially because I leave every morning on 8:30. You're going to have traffic exiting the property around 8:30. That's going to be peak, right? 8:30 to 9, right? Because that's where all the drop-offs are going to happen. You're going to have folks trying to exit Park Hill, which is also peak. Like that's also where the bus leaves as well. That's going to create, I think, will that create potential liability, potential more accidents? Because you're going to have now both sides trying to exit at the same time during that peak hour, especially between 8 and 9. Have you looked at that in terms of what that could mean in terms of danger?
Yeah, I have assessed it. I think the sight lines are generally acceptable in that both approaches can see each other, which is what I think is most important, the sight distance, and it appears to be there. So for that reason, those two movements happening in relative close proximity to each other are safe.
What about delay in leaving Park Road?
There may be some delay.
So, and have you estimated what that delay could be to those residents?
It would be significantly less than any delay that I cited for people traveling along Parsonage Hill Road.
Okay. We talked a little bit about additional traffic. Anyone trying to go into town? I mean, right now, sometimes traffic can back all the way up, sometimes even all the way to Park Road. Now, at some of these times, have you also looked at the impact of traffic going into town, but also coming out of town at these peak times, and what that means in terms of additional delay?
We took into account every vehicle that traversed this intersection.
But did you look at delay times? Right now, if you're trying to go down Old Short Hills Road into town,
Mhm.
that can be a significant delay. That's also trying to get to the train station. Have you thought about what impact this could have on the residents, again, quality of life, in terms of those types of trips?
We focused our analysis on the intersection at the corner of the site and the site driveways. We didn't analyze any other intersections to the north and the south.
But I think that comes back to the quality of life question, which is we
But
need to
I
be
think
able,
he's responding.
sorry,
Yeah.
we need to be able to get around.
Yep.
Right? And so I think, would it also be reasonable to measure the impact on residents of this area's ability to get into town, get to the train station with the addition of this volume, especially at the peak time? Because 8:30 is the peak time. I mean, sometimes I've tracked it. To get to the train station, it can take 15 minutes from Park Road. So have you looked at what that could actually, the impact could be on that in terms of time?
As you traverse farther away from the site, the impact of our site trips will diminish. So we studied the highest concentration of site-generated trips, which is the intersection at the corner of the site.
Okay, but a lot of that volume coming out of the site will be going into town or to the train station.
A percentage of it, but some will be going north
Okay,
and some will be
Okay, I just want to make
going-
sure we're not getting into dialogue.
that's fine,
Yeah,
but that's
I
fine.
appreciate
Okay.
it. Yep.
So we already have an impact on parking from 1 Jefferson on Park Road. So is there a willingness to stipulate that as part of this project, that there will be no overflow parking on Park Road?
I can't make that commitment but the council is here and has heard it.
But is there, I mean, do you anticipate that there will be more parking even on Park Road as a result of this at peak times?
No, I think I've testified that I find the on-site parking supply to be adequate and it meets the ordinance requirement.
Okay. And I think the last thing is, and one thing I've noticed is there's quite a lot of accidents on Old Short Hills Road. Have you looked at the accident rate on Short Hills Road? Have you compared it to other comparable roads? And have you done an impact assessment on accident rate from adding this, especially at these high volume intersections?
We did. So we submitted an Open Public Records Act request for crash reports that have occurred at this intersection from 2015 through this past summer. We received only 20 crash reports, which is fewer than 3 per year. I personally noticed that the respondents' records seem to exclude 2 years. So the rate, if you were, rather than say it's 9.5 years of data, if you were to say it's 7.5 years of data, 20 crashes in 7.5 years is 2.6 crashes per year.
But are you only
Now,
looking
I
at?
took that a step further and I looked at the North Jersey Transportation Planning Authority, NJTPA, which oversees this county as well as others in North Jersey and develops screening lists for roads and intersections that have high crash rates. Neither Old Short Hills Road nor Parsonage Hill Road nor this intersection were found on any screening list prepared by NJTPA. So I don't think that there is a high crash occurrence
But
here.
did you look from, because if you look at Glen Road, because I'm broadening it, right? I mean, and that is also within a stone's throw, I guess, depending on how far you can throw a stone. But if you broaden it to Glen Road, but you also go beyond Parsonage further up, did you measure that?
Are you saying these roads?
No part of Parsonage Hill Road was on an NJTPA screening list.
But Old Short Hills?
No.
But did you actually, but I understand what you're saying, but did you actually look at the accident rate beyond just the Parsonage Hill intersection?
No, I just looked at the accident rate here.
Because I think that would be a reasonable question, which is what is the actual accident rate if you look at Glen Road? Because Glen Road, that intersection is also very dangerous,
Question?
And if you actually look at the accident rate from Glen Road all the way up beyond Parsonage Road, it's gotta be more than that. I mean, I see a couple
Well,
accidents
again,
happening.
it's just a question.
Okay,
yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
Thank you.
I didn't do that.
I think that covers.
Okay,
All
thank
right,
you.
thank you.
Ted Kunz, live in Old Short Hills,
Could you-
Spell your name.
Kundtz, and live in Old Short Hills. I have a couple questions for you. One, are you considering a traffic light at that intersection of Parsonage Hill?
We're not proposing one,
Why not? It sounds like that would be a solution,
not necessarily.
given the amount of traffic that we're seeing in the backups and delays. It probably might be appropriate.
Not by itself.
You don't think so? Okay, but it's up to the board to decide that. You also mentioned the classroom size. I was a little puzzled by what you said. I was here on the engineer report, and he said there was 12,000 square feet of classroom space and 9,000 square feet for the synagogue. I specifically asked him what's on the second floor, and he said classrooms. So you said just the opposite, and I'm just wondering what is the correct number? And the reason for that question is if there is more classroom space, and this should really be viewed as a school and a synagogue, and this is a project that's going to be lasting 20, 30 years, and there's going to be growth.
I'm sorry, was there,
I think you're going where I'm going.
no, I'm not going anywhere, but I thought you were about to say something, so in fairness.
This is like more statements than questions, but to the extent that there's a concern about getting squared away as to exactly the square footages and the breakdown of rooms and what they're going to be used for, our architect has floor plans that were submitted as part of our application.
Well, you can
So
make a
first-
proffer through this witness to accommodate this gentleman's question if you have one. I mean, I think the operations person is with you.
That's true.
I can answer the question. So
Okay.
You said 13,000 square feet for the synagogue, 8,000 square feet for the school.
nursery
architect,
school is
engineer-
on the basement.
Yes, yes.
Right. The basement is approximately 8,000 square feet.
Mhm.
And then the first floor and second floor combined to that approximately 13,000 square feet. I think your question is, the architectural plans indicate classrooms
Yes,
on
the second floor, which you
I
said there were not.
I testified that there would be adult education on certain.
Well, classrooms are
days.
fungible. You can move the children anywhere. So my point to the question is that you have to look at this project with growth taken into account. The rabbi, I'm sure, wants to expand his contingency, his group. And, you could have to assume that there's going to be more children.
Again, we
And
just
maybe
want a
open up the
question.
classrooms for other students. And so this could be viewed more as a school project along with the synagogue project. And if it is a school project, that's going to create a lot more traffic considerations. And so you really didn't do a whole lot of sensitivity analysis about the potential growth. That what if you doubled the size of the number of students? What if you doubled the number of people coming to the synagogue?
Oh.
If you did that, you've
Wait,
got a
wait,
whole
Mr.
nother.
Kunz, yeah, you're charging through, you're asking questions and then you're speaking, so I just.
So I'm
want you
just
to
laying out a
ask-
scenario that I
You're
hope the.
testifying, Mr. Kunz, you're testifying. Remember, that's later. But
Oh,
this is the
I
time.
thought I was asking a question that if you did the sensitivity analysis
Now you're asking
for a
question.
much
Ask that
greater,
question.
that's what I'm asking. Was there a sensitivity analysis done for, say, doubling the size of the congregation? Say it's instead of 300, there's 600 coming.
No,
Okay, so there's no sensitivity. And if there's, instead of 50 students, there could be 100 students. And was there a sensitivity analysis done for that? And I didn't hear that.
there was not a sensitivity analysis done. There was an analysis done that compared the operations information that was provided us compared to industry standard data, picked the more conservative of the two, and that's what we went.
So you did not take into account a growth factor.
We didn't arbitrarily double or
Double
triple
it
or
just to see what
quadruple
would
it.
happen if that happened, which it very well could.
We did not do that.
Okay. And did you check with did you review with the police commissioner your results? Because he had some comments that he was concerned about the traffic and the impacting the intersection. And to alleviate this would require an addition of other traffic control devices. Did you talk with him? He had a report done on.
Their recommendation was that there would be an independent traffic engineer, which the board pursued.
Okay, and did they check with I have to test them, right? Did you check with the police commissioner on that?
Mr. Fishinger, that was your recommendation.
And your recommendation, did you run it by the police commissioner?
I did not
You were
speak,
right.
I did not speak specifically with the police department.
He had concerns. Hopefully someone talks to him, because I think it's important to get his input. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeffrey Feld, 11 Alexander Lane, Short Hills, New Jersey. I just want, with all due respect, this is sort of like a Lonsman question going to the premise and the presumptions of the hours of use. I just want to confirm that there will be no morning, from between Monday and Fridays, there'll be no morning or evening prayers. And on Tuesday and Thursday, when they take out the Torah, there'll be no services. I just want to confirm, because the hours that we heard do not take into account any morning services or evening services. I say this because my brother is an Orthodox. I just want to confirm that.
Mr. Feld, I think you asked the question, they have to now answer.
Correct.
My understanding is that there is not currently or proposed.
So
Is
there's
that
a
a stipulation
representation.
by the, on behalf of the
I think we
applicant?
should hear from the rabbi on that, who's going to be running the operation.
But that, your report was, I think your report was based on no morning services, no evening services. On Tuesday and Thursday, when they also take out the Torah, there'll be no services, Torah services. And I say that with all due respect to you, that's a Lonsman question, and I know that because my brother's an ultra-Orthodox rabbi.
But was that, I think what you're asking is, was that the assumption you used in your report?
The assumption that they only use at the
I
facility
want
is
to
the
caution
school,
that
or-
the Friday evening analysis would be, in my opinion, satisfactory for the potential evening services on other weekdays. Friday traffic is generally higher than Monday through Thursday. And, I can cite the numbers if necessary, but the fact that we conducted a Friday evening analysis for service in effect covers an analysis for Monday through Thursday evening
So
services.
you added those volumes to the school volumes for your analysis? You added service volumes to the school generating volumes?
Just the evening.
What
Right,
about
but there are
morning?
morning weekday services, I guess that was the question. Did you analyze?
My understanding is that there will
Or
not.
there will not be.
All
Okay,
right,
so we would like to
find out.
clarify that and we can do that at the right time.
And
Okay.
also you use the term nursery school and daycare almost interchangeable. Are they the same concept? And I say that because I'm a grandfather now. You know,
We don't, thank you.
but you've been using the term daycare and
I-
nursery school. And based on my experience with my new granddaughter, they're not the same concept.
Yeah, I've been using both terms because the industry standard trip generation rates are not provided for a nursery school specifically. The closest that they provide is for daycare, which is why you're hearing daycare so much.
All right, thank you.
Christine Bass, 15 Fairfield Terrace. Hi, how are you? Thank you for your really detailed presentation. I'm blown away. I have a number of questions and some may be partially duplicative, so strike them down. I didn't hear a lot of speak about the holidays, when people speak generally in reform about Yom Kippur. You didn't even reference holidays such as Passover, Purim, Hanukkah, First of Tevet, Shabbat, Sukkot, etc. Did you look at that is in terms of traffic studies as well? Because that's a little bit
That
different.
was one question, right?
I'm sorry, yes, it was one question.
No,
Mhm.
I think that's better answered by the rabbi or
Okay.
whoever's providing operations testimony.
Okay, I'll save that for him. Did you do a visual model for yourself and your team in terms of actually looking at a visual flow, into the space? Because you talk about it, but there really isn't a clean drop-off area or a flow. It's it's a hard, left or right into the parking lot, and there's all these spaces. So when people are dropping off, there's not really a drop-off flow zone. It's
So
kind
so
of
the second question is, did he do that?
yes. Thank you.
So there was not a diagram prepared for drop off specifically because the intent is for people to park their cars to drop off or pick up. We did, however, prepare turning movement templates for the largest design vehicles and that was testified at the previous hearing.
Okay. I don't know, I know you spoke about, Annie says, Mr. Cosgrove brought that up. Are you familiar with the cancer center that's going online as part of St. Barnabas in 2025? Did you consider that into your flow? Is that the cancer rate by 2030 is projected to go up by 79% nationwide in terms of the traffic?
So just increased usage of something existing?
No, it's not existing. It's not online till 2025.
Okay.
Plus, I'm just giving you sort of a stat of like how much, it's going to go up in terms of overall usage also at St. Barnabas. And then there's other properties going on.
I'm sorry, but that, in fairness to the gentleman, that's your next question. Did he consider that?
No, we did not.
Okay, thank you. Did you consider other properties besides the Annie Says properties? For example, a property, in Springfield, the Metropolitan, where it is really almost practically part of Short Hills. Did you consider that property as well, or the Wells Fargo property that's in town that's about to come on? Well, it's online, but it's not fully occupied at this point.
But just to follow up, Andrew, those other projects that have been mentioned, I mean, is that captured or not captured in the background growth that you did look at and did take into consideration?
The background growth rate captures a lot of the development that has been spoken about this evening. Generally, where the background growth rate does not capture all the traffic is if there's something immediately adjacent to the property. Because a lot of these developments, as Joe stated, the traffic disperses the further away that you get from it.
I have a question further to that in terms of the background growth rate. So, historically, you could sort of look at a factor over a period of 30 years and, apply your background growth rate. But with all these affordable housing properties coming online, it's kind of an anomaly in terms of projections. So would you consider like adding a different factor variable into your calculation?
So if you look at the NJTPA population and employment estimates, they're generally on the order of a fraction of a percent annualized. And the background growth rate that we used was 1.75%. So the delta there between just the population growth rate stipulated by the NJTPA and the higher growth rate that we used stipulated by NJDOT seeks to take into account a lot of these developments that are being suggested that are in the vicinity of this site. That's why we use the higher rate. That's why we use NJDOT, not just straight NJTPA rates.
In terms of going back to a gentleman's question about the student projection, there are 8 classrooms in the building, right? So I'm just ballparking, let's say on average 25 students in a classroom. So you have 200 students, okay, if you're in full use. I have to put the background for a question.
But I have to
okay?
clarify because your background's incorrect. There's 5 classrooms on the bottom
I
floor
saw-
for the nursery school. There's
Right.
3 that's been testified to that those are Hebrew schools on Sunday. They're 2 different uses.
Okay,
two
thank you for
different-
clarifying that. I was not aware of that. Okay. So it would be less, let's just say 75 less students. So it would be 125 students for nursery school, correct? At max.
I can't speculate on that.
Well, I mean, didn't you take that into account when you're thinking about your full projection, like in 3 years when they reach max at, through marketing, et cetera?
The max that was reflected to me was 50.
So there'd be like 10, are you saying there'd be like projected out like 10 to 15 students in a classroom in terms of the space allocation?
I don't know how they would be distributed. I don't.
And then in terms of the flex space, I did want to ask, I mean, it looks like there's the potential to be at over 300 people present at a service or, an event, if you open up the flex space and possibly more, depending on how you, because if you look at the way the tables are arranged, you can actually get more people in that space versus when it's in a lined up seating. So if,
Perhaps that's, perhaps,
That's probably a question better for the architect.
well, I think that it would apply though, in terms of you're fully maxed out there and then maxed out in the, what?
I'm sorry,
Well, you were speaking while I was speaking. Sorry.
The rabbi should be speaking to you. and you
Okay,
should-
not a problem.
So, and I think applicant's counsel will address that. But
But he was talking to me.
he was talking to you. Okay,
Okay,
that's fine.
okay.
You may-
Well, it was distracting. Will the one Jefferson, operation that's currently going on, will that cease and desist when this is open? And have you taken that into account? You haven't been told that yet. Okay, so there's a possibility that it could be operating in a different way.
I don't know.
Okay, so we don't know that answer. All right, almost done, I'm sorry. Have you considered doing any type of runway, like a runway entrance and a runway exit onto Old Short Hills Road or Parsonage to ease the flow of traffic so people aren't making like a hard left or right, and it becomes less difficult? It would obviously take up more land, but I was wondering if you had thought about that to reduce the amount of time people have to wait, particularly at the Parsonage left-hand turn.
I think when you say runway, you mean like a
Like an exit, like a runway.
a ramp?
Yeah, exit.
No, that was not.
Okay. And would you consider, well, I do want to ask you, how far is Park Road in terms of feet from the actual exit onto Old Short Hills Road? I was just trying to understand that as the people, because as somebody.
I'm sorry, I think he asked him the question, right?
Yes, thank you for keeping me in check. I appreciate it, Stephen. I'm new to this.
It's okay. No, it's fine.
Thank you.
About 25 to 30 feet.
Just 30 feet, okay.
And
And
for reference,
above it, correct?
NJDOT stipulates that driveways can be separated by 24 feet.
Okay, but so it's north, correct?
Yes.
Yours, okay, so it's north. And if you were to place it south, would there be the availability to place it, like to actually go over the retention ponds and possibly put dry wells in those places so you could move the parking?
That's out of my
Would
area
that-
of expertise.
But if the parking was moved down there, do you feel that it would be more beneficial to the Park Road residents?
I can't answer site design questions.
I think that's it. Thank you so much for your time. I know this is.
Did you say to give address also?
Yeah.
Yeah, Charles Bambara, 37 Keats Road.
Spell your name, your last name.
Charles Bambara. It's spelled like Barbara with an M in there instead of an R. Bambara. 37 Keats Road in Short Hills. I'm a going on 28-year resident. I'm also a chemical engineer and I'm a principal in a company that
Thank you, sir,
designs.
but I think right now.
Well, it's my background. So
Yeah,
I'm
but that's
an
more your
engineer.
comment.
I'm an engineer. So pertaining to engineers and in my field, I am not familiar with applying percentages of engineering judgment to the degree that you have. So my question to you, sir, is it common in the traffic engineering profession to apply arbitrary factors such as a 30% sibling rate or anything? Is it typical to use that degree of engineering judgment in your profession? Because I know it's not in mine. So,
Depends on the question and the analysis being done.
okay. Thank you. The other thing I see by the plan and by the maps, there's significant frontage and property on Old Short Hills Road and on Parsonage Hill Road. Is the building at its minimum set point, or is there space to create a third lane along the property line on both Parsonage Hill and Old Short Hills Road to create a center turn lane on both of those. Have you looked at a center turn lane on Old Short Hills Road and on Parsonage Hill Road created by maybe giving up 12 foot of property line on both of those roads?
I can't speak to the site constraints, but there was previously testimony or council previously stated at last week's hearing that we would comply with a recommendation by the county if some amount of an easement was requested by them for roadway improvements.
Okay, because I mean, there's been a lot of discussion that could be, so no more questions.
Thank you.
What I would have is comments, I'll say those.
Okay.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's right. It is.
Additional questions?
I didn't see you know you.
I snuck in, I'm sorry. Sorry. Okay, Jessica Margolis, 2 South Beechcroft Road. I just wanted to say one thing, and I know you're going to stop me, but I just want to say to the rabbi and his congregation, like this, I hope this is not personal. Well, I just want to
She already
be,
told you she was gonna make a statement. It's not a question.
but this is more about the safety of our community, which is why I'm getting to my next question, because this is purely about safety for our community and the congregants. I'm curious why, so you did your study in May for Shabbat at 7 p.m., correct? Like the traffic study was at 7 p.m. on a Friday?
Our traffic counts concluded at 7 p.m.
Okay. Do you know what time Shabbat is right now? What time services would start?
I had that conversation with the rabbi,
Okay.
and there are times of the year when it could be earlier. My understanding is that he would have no one attend service if it was earlier because it would be hard for them to get out of work on time. So the earliest that it would occur is 6 p.m.
Okay. I work for a public company and plenty of my colleagues leave early. So that does it. So there will not be services before 6 o'clock.
I've given
Okay.
you all that I know.
And then how will
But to help you out, if this member of the public were to ask if that's something that the applicant would stipulate to, what is the answer, at least present?
That would come through the rabbi. He was
Okay.
gonna give extensive answers to those things.
So we'll hold it for now.
Yeah.
Okay. And have you spoken to Thomas Lawton, who runs the bus routes through town, about how the traffic will affect all the busing in the morning and around 2 o'clock on like early dismissal days?
No.
Okay. Okay. And then I know Jefferson Road is currently used as a cut-through street and experiences significant traffic despite the potholes. And that could impact resident access and safety right now, as we know, in the mornings. But how will the morning commute, the afternoon pickups, how will that affect the surrounding streets? Have you done any studies on that beyond Park Road, but like ones that are parallel, such as Jefferson?
My testimony this evening is the extent of our analysis. We did not study any intersections beyond what I've testified to.
Okay, and I know we don't know about the overflow for parking for mitzvahs and for other events yet, so I won't. My question though is, can we stipulate that that parking will no longer be on Jefferson Road, creating a one-way street and causing many people to almost hit people walking cars? Because on Saturday, so right now, as you're aware, Saturday mornings, there are a ton of cars parked and it's very dangerous. So I have a video, so this is my question.
Ma'am, in fairness, I think, yes, what is the question you're
So the
asking
question is,
traffic engineer?
can we were talking about not allowing, no services will not start till 6 o'clock on Fridays, as you said. Can we say like maybe this is for you or for the town, I really don't know. But can we say like the Jefferson Road will not be used for overflow parking, thus creating a one-way street?
That's not something this witness can stipulate to.
Who can?
If the applicant is agreeable to doing it, it would be the rabbi.
Okay,
Either
so I'll
through-
ask that
either through him
later.
Directly or through me.
Okay. And does the trip generation that you accounted for also account for employees such as teachers and other maybe maintenance staff, custodians, et cetera, or grounds people?
Yes, it does.
It does.
It's ITE rates.
Okay. So you said it was 30 for the parents coming in and out, but that also includes employees. 30 some?
It's very likely that the employees would come before,
Okay,
not the same hour that the drop-offs occur.
okay, okay, thank you.
Mark Lewis, 172 Old Short Hills Road. When were you first engaged for this project?
I don't remember the exact date, earlier this year.
Was it the beginning of the year, or like January, or?
I would say beginning of the year. I can't give you the exact month.
And
Late winter, early spring, I'll say.
And could you bring to life for me a little bit of kind of who you interfaced with to put together this plan that was a part of Kai Center?
I want to ask, excuse me for interrupting you. When you have conversations, that's distracting, I think, for the board. So I'm going to request that you not be sort of having side conversations while members of the public are protesting.
Mr. Lewis, if you could either face us a little more or speak into that, it's hard.
Yeah, sorry.
to hear exactly what you're saying
Sorry for the
sometimes.
interruption. Go ahead.
Who did I interface with?
Yeah. Yeah, who from the Kai Center, other experts, could you just bring to life a little bit, kind of, is it part of a team? Were you operating solo? How did it work?
Sure. So on the applicant side of things, I interfaced with counsel, of course, the site engineer who previously provided testimony, the rabbi sitting right here today. In addition to that, I am not the sole preparer of the report. My co-author is a partner with my firm, and we work on projects collaboratively.
Do you interface with the architect?
Yes, but I would say to a lesser extent than the site engineer. But we obviously had to thoroughly review their plans in order for us to understand floor areas and the like.
That's what I was trying to get a sense for. So for the parking lot, as an example, you're part of the planning for the parking lot?
It's primarily the site engineer's initial task, and then the design team, the applicant team, will make adjustments based on some of board feedback, the board's traffic engineer's feedback. Some collaborative effort, primarily led by me.
Okay. And how did you come up with, I know you talked a little bit about statistically how the traffic patterns vary across the year. I'm a layperson when it comes to this. How did you choose those dates? Did you choose them?
Generally speaking, outside of maybe the summer months when schools are out of session and early January, late December, traffic volumes are extremely consistent. So a traffic count in May would be very consistent with a traffic count in November.
How did you choose it though? How did you come up with that date, that specific time? Were you directed to do that, or was it come from you?
And no, it was probably the first available acceptable date that we could count. Once we were ready to begin that aspect of the report.
And the reason I asked without knowing anything, I would have said, well, the weekend before was Memorial Day. And I would think, at least in our area, you're telling me that I guess it's incorrect, but in our area, in Milburn, many families, particularly young kids, go away for that week. So it seems to me that would be a slow week to do a kind of micro sample study.
Schools were in session though, correct?
Schools were in session, but you're actually, young kids often do go away that week as opposed to the older kids.
The most important factor is if schools are in session.
Okay. So if I could follow up on the projects as well, I think I kind of understand some of the commentary, but what were the projects when you did it that you were aware of? I wasn't clear when I was listening to you. Were you aware of projects? I know you're trying to define immediate vicinity, but certainly just logic, whether it's the paper mill, playhouse, what were the things that you were aware of when you put this together?
I don't have an itemized list.
Were you aware of any projects?
No projects were brought to my attention that met the criteria that I have my staff identify as developments that need to be included in a traffic study.
So none of your staff ever discussed any projects with you?
None that, no. None that qualified for that aspect of building the no-build condition.
So if you take something like Paper Mill as an example, which I expect is a major renovation, that won't have impact on traffic patterns in the future that would impact, because I would assume everything's integrated. You've heard about the Cancer Center North, you've heard about Paper
Mr.
Mill.
Lewis, you asked your question and he did give an answer regarding, I just want to make sure you're still asking questions.
Well, I don't know if that one was answered, whether,
You asked if he had been made aware of any developments by his team.
my question was whether, exactly.
Okay.
But you have to let him answer.
Yep.
The application of the NJDOT background growth rate is, in my opinion, acceptable for this analysis.
That wasn't my question, but my question was, would you assume there'd be any impact by these projects on traffic patterns that would intercede with this project as well?
Potentially, yes.
You've concluded, but it's not, but you didn't look into it. You're just assuming from some statistical work. It didn't make sense to look into that.
I'm not sure I know how to answer that question.
Okay.
I'm not sure if I follow it.
I'm happy to clarify. I assume projects that are expansions and that result in more people going and exiting from places like Paper Mill will impact traffic. I
Right.
assume that's going to have some impact on traffic along Old Short Hills Road, correct?
That's why we use a DOT-approved background growth rate.
Still didn't answer my question, but
I think he's make a good faith effort to answer your question multiple
That was
times.
that was a yes or no question.
I think his answer was, yes, it's an impact, and he's contending that the background rate covers it, and that's his contention, and you can.
That's fine. I didn't hear what you just said, that he said it does have impact.
Well, I think it was, that's what I heard.
Okay. All good. So let me ask you a question. When you worked on this project, and you can educate me about the role of a traffic engineer, does security of a new development come into play when you're assessing parking and the impact of traffic?
No.
And so does emergency vehicles and high volume situations, do you ever look into that or take that into consideration?
Yes.
And how does that process work?
Turning templates are provided.
And those turning templates, what type of vehicles are you?
There was extensive testimony about the turning radii and the templates from a variety of vehicles through our civil engineer.
That's correct, provided at the last meeting, yes.
Do you take into consider the types of emergencies and the volume of vehicles that could be going into a facility?
I think extensive testimony was provided at the last hearing about the ability for emergency vehicles to enter and exit the site.
About high volume situations, emergency threats, where there'd be multitude of security vehicles. Do you take that into consideration? I did not hear testimony on that.
We designed the site, well, the site engineer provided testimony that he designed the site to accommodate emergency response vehicles.
And do you have an understanding of how the current plan is structured to handle high volume of vehicles in an emergency situation?
I would have to defer to the local police department on what they like to see as far as accommodations for something like that.
From an overflow standpoint, I heard some back and forth. I'm not sure if I understood, so forgive me if you already answered this. If the property does reach maximum capacity, what is the overflow plan?
One wasn't provided to my attention.
And is an overflow plan something you would typically think about when you're determining parking within a facility like this?
Probably only if we didn't meet the parking requirement, but we meet the parking requirement.
So my last point is on living right in the area there. The left turn from onto Old Short Hills Road. It sure seems from the layperson's eyes that people are going to be coming down there at a nice speed and people are going to be taking that left turn. It seems like it's a high risk for collision. What is your thought about just not allowing left turns?
I think I provided an extensive amount of information about crash history and safety. My answer is the same.
Did the police agree with you on that one?
They didn't provide any statistics or any reason.
Did they give you an opinion though on that left turn?
I don't believe they did, no.
There's nothing stated in the police report that we received as part of this application that has anything to do with specific concern about left turn.
Okay. Thank you.
Hi, Andrew Kapp, 18 Madison Terrace.
Just spell your last name.
KAPP. Just to follow up real quick on the left turn. So we're talking about turning left onto either Old Short Hills or Parsonage Hill Road. Those left turns will be allowed and are expected. And that's who typically makes that decision whether that's allowed or not. Sorry, you see a lot of like no left turn signs. Is that the town or the county or the
Whoever
center?
maintains jurisdiction over the roadway.
Okay. With 20,000 trips per day, right? It's per day up Old Short Hills Road, and it's really through
Both
that
directions.
through that intersection.
Correct.
Right, just through that intersection. Like, would you consider that to be like? Is there like a designation? Is that stressed for a 2-lane road? Is that stressed? Is that very busy? Is that like if you were evaluating?
It depends entirely on generally intersection geometry.
I don't know what the follow-up question to that is. I'll work on
Most
it.
people aren't crazy about geometry.
Yeah, with the calculus.
But maybe you're asking him what's his opinion of this?
Yeah, just in general today, like, is this a stressed road? It feels like a very stressed road to all of us
I think,
residents.
are you asking him what's his opinion of this particular
Yes.
intersection?
What is your,
with respect to
is your
its geometry?
opinion of this particular intersection based on its geometry and the 20,000 people per day on a weekday that go through it? Is that a heavily used intersection?
That's a fair characterization, sure.
Okay. Okay, I'm just trying not to repeat other questions for the sake of time. Okay. Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Jean Pasternak. Do I have to give my address? Yep, 342 Hobart Avenue. Thank you. May I ask you to sit down? I find it intimidating to have you stand.
Sure.
Thank you. And also, please not call me a name, Rabbi, while I'm trying to ask questions. Thank you, as you did earlier. I have a couple questions. What criteria did you use when you were determining the 30% sibling factor?
Oh, so that's conversations with the applicant, with the rabbi. And then we took a look at what the ITE trip generation is for a daycare center of that size. The trips that based on the size of the daycare center were, in my opinion, far too high. So some sibling reduction was taken based on our conversations. And then subsequently, we ran a secondary calculation at the request of the board's traffic engineer to see if the volumes that we used in the traffic report were representative, and they were found to be representative.
And after the conversation here today and questions, do you still feel confident using that 30% factor?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Okay. Did you ever look at or consider Milburn school hours and traffic related to all the 8 different schools and how that traffic impacts that road and that
Yes,
intersection?
yes.
And how did you do that? Could you describe that, please?
My recollection is that the first class begins before the nursery school would begin, and the school lets out after the nursery school would get out. So they wouldn't overlap. That's just going off of memory, but I have the bell schedule here.
And how did you get that information?
It's just publicly available,
So you accessed it from,
the school's website.
okay. Did you consult anybody at any personnel at Milburn Township Public Schools regarding school traffic, school hours, or did you do everything on the website?
Every vehicle that travels through this intersection was counted. So if someone was traveling to or from school, the day that we counted, we accounted for that.
Okay, so there was no conversation with anyone?
Correct.
Okay. Can you tell me the day that you took the video, the date of the video that you used to do the counts?
Yes.
I think it was May, was it all 3 of those days, May 30, 31, and June 1st, or which day was the video taken?
Same days.
All those 3 days?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Could you tell me, how did you measure and conclude what limited queuing was and that things would remain level service A, post-build?
Yeah, so I provided testimony on that previously. That's based on a capacity analysis conducted using traffic engineering software that's based on the highway capacity manual.
Okay. And why did you make the statement that you did not propose to move the driveway?
Did I state that?
I wrote it down. Yep.
I
You
think
were asked
moving
the
the driveway, I think the shift of the driveway on Parsonage Hill Road is a great idea. I fully support it.
Okay. Okay. Well, that's different than what I wrote, so.
I'm not sure which driveway you're referencing. You might have meant, I don't know which one.
Yeah.
Was it the one near Park Road that you were referring to?
I wrote down, I think it meant the one off of Old Short Hills Road, yes. Yeah.
Was my question.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
And this is okay conversation.
No, yeah, this is not okay conversation.
I just
Okay,
want
sorry,
clarity,
we're just
clarity.
clarifying.
Appreciate
So
that.
I'm talking
And when
about
she
the
addresses me
driveway.
directly, is that
No,
okay?
please,
Harry.
if we treat everyone the same,
Good. I'd like to
always,
see that.
that's all we do.
Good.
Thank you.
I want to make the statement that I feel intimidated and harassed at this moment by the rabbi.
All right.
Okay,
I'd like to
let's
also
get into
ask this question then. When you talked about background growth, okay? Is it your testimony that in that background growth is the projects including the Cancer Center at Cooperman Barnabas, that's not yet online, it's still being built, the 9 Main Street 75 unit project at our town DPW site, okay, 75 units. The Annie Says project, 149 units. The 62 units at Woodland.
Yeah.
Are you
We did, I just-
objecting?
Yes, I'm objecting.
And
I
the
can't
basis of
stand
your
up. I don't wanna
objecting,
be- I don't
your
wanna be
objection
intimidated.
is?
My objection is this question has been asked
Asked
and
and
answered.
answered. I think that, Mr. President, that might be, like, it's a chair's decision, but that
If
might
if
be a
that is the
valid
case, is it a
objection.
different question than what we heard regarding
It's
background
not a
developments?
comprehensive list of things that was asked. It was a couple of projects were mentioned, but I'm trying to get the entire list that I'm aware of projects.
Okay, can you
Ask
add
that
any
question.
additional projects that we haven't been mentioned?
Okay.
Then we
So
can ask
the,
about this.
the additional ones would be the 62 units at Woodland, 85 Woodland Road. And I'm not sure if the Wells Fargo project was mentioned. I don't remember that one. Okay. And also, one other thing that was not mentioned is the closure, potential closure of our Main Street for entertainment and businesses? Was that also part of the background calculation?
Not a potential closure, no.
Okay, thank you. How will the increased traffic affect access for emergency vehicles on this primary artery, in your professional opinion?
There would be a limited impact on the primary artery.
And what about people who are in those emergency vehicles, such as in our volunteer first aid squad car going to St. Barnabas? Would that delay, could it potentially, what impact could it have on actual arrival times and time to get to the hospital?
It would be a delay on the order of, on Old Short Hills Road.
Yeah.
Seconds. Less than 5 seconds.
That's your testimony, would be a
Yes.
5-second delay.
I think actually even less.
Okay. I hope you're
Can
not
all members of the
anyone-
public continue to?
Did you consult with the fire department in any of your analysis? The fire
That
chief or any?
that would be the site engineer.
Okay. The volunteer first aid squad? No? You
No.
didn't, okay. Sorry, just keep going. What mechanisms are in place to monitor traffic conditions after the project's completion? Did you recommend anything like that?
That's a question for the board
Okay.
or its professionals.
Thank you. Okay. Do you anticipate any issues with enforcement if traffic impacts exceed the projections?
That's not under my purview. Again, that's
Okay.
a township issue.
Okay. Was any input from local residents and property owners incorporated into your findings at any time?
My findings, no.
Okay. In your professional opinion, do you think that the type of increased traffic that's going to occur after this project is built will have any impact on local property values?
I can't answer that.
Were pedestrian and cyclist safety impacts assessed?
Yes, neither this intersection or road is on any screening lists for pedestrian or or cyclist safety.
So and you were not projecting any increased pedestrian traffic as a result of this project in your analysis?
My understanding is that the majority of people who will visit will drive here.
Okay.
Well,
And
if I may, just for your benefit, there was testimony from our civil engineer that there were a number of recommendations from the board's professionals to upgrade not only the existing sidewalk along Old Short Hills Road to make it compliant with current safety standards, ADA compliance, mountable ramps, flashing, all of which the applicant agreed to and would be part of the
Okay.
installation.
I just wondered how that impacted what you did, your work, knowing that those things were recommended. Is that going to help with traffic, slow it down? What impact will having those things that were just described?
That would be a benefit to pedestrians. It wouldn't affect vehicular
Okay.
level of service or delay.
Okay. How do you think the increased traffic will contribute to noise and air pollution in the surrounding area, which gets to the quality of life question that came earlier?
I can't answer noise or air
And so in
quality.
your professional opinion and other projects that you've worked on, do you think that this project will increase noise and air traffic pollution or keep it the same or decrease?
I can't, I'm not a noise and air quality expert.
And the traffic mitigation measures that were proposed, do you believe that they address adequately the increased congestion and safety concerns?
I think that the council's discussion at the last hearing about complying with requests from the county for a potential easement on our property for potential improvements to the roadway is not to be overlooked.
If I may, just to clarify, that issue is with regard to existing encroachments, and it was first raised in Mr. Peto's report. And that whole discussion and colloquy had to do with the applicant's willingness to grant an easement if the county were to require it in order to kind of paper, if you will, existing encroachments. It was not with regard to enhancements of the intersection or improvements to the intersection. Just want to clarify that.
Thank you.
My apologies.
My last question is, in your professional experience and opinion, when someone gives you a cap of number of students in a project like this, have you ever seen it monitored, and how accurate does that turn out to be years down the road?
That's a township question. I don't know how it's monitored.
Thank you.
Thanks for the question. I just wanted to state, I think, and I think, Jean, you probably do know this, but all applications are provided to, our town police force, the fire department, the forester, all of our town professionals. They review the applications for the benefit of somebody who may not know who's in the audience, and they provide a written report to the board for our review. So we are in receipt of those reports from our town professionals. Thanks. I believe you asked questions already.
Oh, we can ask another one?
I just want to make sure if there's somebody who hasn't
Oh.
had a first round opportunity, come on up. Let's do that first.
Good evening. Hi. Hi, my name is Natalia Kasharina. I can spell it for you. It's Kashirina, and I live on 20 Park Road. So far away from me. So I have a few questions to you. The first one, you said that school opens at 9 a.m., correct?
The nursery school's hours of operation are proposed to be 9 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Correct. So most likely people will bring their kids before 9 a.m., right? If it starts at 9, normally people will try to be there before 9, correct?
To a certain extent, I also will understand that there is some flexibility with respect to needing to be there precisely at 9 a.m.
But predominantly probably around 9, right?
Sure.
Yeah. So can you please tell me why you decided to change time for your study, and you made it from 9:30 till 8:30 till 9:30 a.m. because I believe 9 p.m. 9 a.m. will be the peak. Sorry.
The because might be testimony, but the question.
Okay. The question. Yeah. Yes. Question.
Because the start time is 9 a.m. So
why
I
do?
selected 8:30 to 9:30 for the hour.
So wouldn't it be more correct to select a time frame between 8:30 till 9 a.m. because that's what mainly people will be dropping their kids?
My understanding is that there is some flexibility in that if someone needs to drop off their child at 9:15, 9:20, 9:30, that's allowed.
So is it preschool or school? Will there be class starting at 9 a.m.?
I can't answer that. It's better for operations to answer.
Although wasn't your testimony that it was nursery school, pre-kindergarten age children?
That's correct.
So that's pre-K, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
So if it's pre-K, there will be class starting at 9 a.m. and people need to be there at 9 a.m. or 8:55, ideally.
That's not my understanding, but I could be corrected when you hear operations testimony.
Okay, understood. So would you say if mainly people were dropping their kids between 8 a.m. and 9 a.m., there will be more cars coming in that particular shorter period of time?
I'm not sure I agree with that.
Are you not sure, or what's your answer? Yes, no?
Can you repeat the question?
If we would take a shorter period of time, when people have to be dropped off but by 9 a.m., would you say there will be more cars coming between 8:30 a.m. and 9 a.m. if we take that shorter period of time and you know that kids to be dropped off at 9 a.m.?
If there's no flexibility with respect to
Yeah.
when children can be dropped off,
Yeah.
then there would be some concentration of drop-offs.
So it will be,
I agree with that.
so it will be more of backing up of traffic around.
There would be no backing up of traffic.
Well,
The site has 95 parking spaces, and the nursery school is anticipated to have 50 students. So we're projecting on the order of 30 vehicles dropping off those 50 students, give or take.
Well-
The site is large enough where any of that activity will not back up onto the adjacent road.
Well, this contradicts what you said earlier. You said the waiting time on the crossroads, Parsonage Hill Road and Short Hills will increase by 2.5 times.
That's a different question.
I don't think so. Sorry, going into dialogue. It's okay. It's okay.
Questions, not argument.
Thank you.
Okay, so going back to that crossroads, and when actually, let's go back to your map of the parking spaces. Can we turn it on again? No? Is it dead or no? Okay, I guess we all remember it anyway.
This is the same exhibit, yeah.
Okay, we have it in our brain.
Exhibits A1 for the record, correct, Counselor?
Correct.
It's marked. It's marked, yes, thank you, Andrew.
So how many parking spaces do you have in the lower parts of the parking?
24.
24. Okay, this cancels one of my questions. It's fine. I guess you can't answer the question about pollution, so we're going to skip that one. So with the traffic backing up on the, we can't turn for extra 2.5 minutes now to the Parsonage Hill Road, from Parsonage Hill Road to Short Hills. We have a school bus coming in the morning to pick up our kids around 8:40. How long will it take this bus to leave Park Road with all our kids? We have a lot of them.
I didn't study Park Road, but probably the same as the less delay than Parsonage Hill Road.
Okay, do you think you need to study Park Road additionally?
No,
Why not?
because Park Road only accommodates 30 homes and the amount of traffic is minimal.
Well, that's 35 families. Don't you think they're not important?
No, I think they are important, but we need to focus our analysis on the site driveways themselves and the most important critical intersection, which is clearly.
Do you think your project is more important than existing residents?
These are.
Yeah, this is.
But by critical, do you mean the higher volumes?
Yes,
I don't think he's making a judgment.
I apologize if it came off that way.
It came off very wrongly.
His editorial comments.
Okay, I have one more question and I'm done, okay? Right.
That's a fair objection. We should all stop the editorial comments, including myself. I apologize.
Okay. Sorry, you mind sitting down? I'm just a little. I'm just a little woman here. Just a little woman. Thank you. Do you think an intense overflow of traffic on 20 Park Roads affects the well-being of the residents?
I don't think there will be an overflow of traffic. I don't think I testified to that.
Are you aware of the overflow of traffic on 20 Park Road on Park Road that happened during high holiday season this year?
No, no.
Are you aware of any police reports from the residents of Park Road when they were intimidated by the visitors of the Chai Center at Jefferson Road?
No.
Thank you. I think that's all for me.
Madam Chair, I'm noticing that it is past 10:30, and it seems to be our custom to end that, because I know along with many members of the public and the board, we have jobs in the morning.
Yes, thank you. Actually, we went ahead and looked back at the bylaws that we had adopted this year, especially just in light of the time and the duration of the meetings. We actually have 11 p.m. As adopted as our cutoff time. So
That's good for us to know.
as much as I like 10:30, we are permitted by our own doing for the next 25 minutes.
That's fair.
Yeah,
Thank you.
for raising it. But a good time check for everybody. We will be moving towards wrapping up shortly.
I won't be
Thank you.
long.
Welcome.
Bailey Lewis, 172 Old Short Hills Road. Old Short Hills Road, can you describe it for everyone?
Sure. Provides one lane in each direction. It's approximately 30 feet wide. I believe it has a speed limit of 35 miles per hour. Carries approximately 20,000 vehicles per day. Pedestrian accommodations along the road are very limited. Signalized intersections are sparse, and it is a county road north of Parsonage Hill Road.
And can you describe Parsonage?
Sure. Approximately a third of the traffic of Old Short Hills Road, also a county road. Parking is prohibited in both directions. Very limited pedestrian accommodations, even less than Old Short Hills Road.
I'll
And
stop you there.
no parking is allowed on either side.
Right, no parking. So have you ever visited or driven by temples near you or in the area during the high holidays? Have you ever driven by, just seen? The
Not in
traffic?
it, not in a, not as my role as a traffic engineer, just over the,
Sure,
in the course
sure,
of,
that's what I mean, as general,
as a person, yes.
general observance.
Yes,
And what have you observed?
there is a lot of activity.
And can you describe that type of activity?
That's,
Just from your personal experience.
I don't want to elaborate on that.
Yeah, I want to keep it germane to the application.
Okay, but I'm getting to a point.
Okay.
So, have you noticed that there are usually, so the temples that are nearby are all on more than one lane of road? They're on multiple lanes of road. Have you noticed that they block off a lane during high holidays with the police, with cones, with security? Have you noticed that? Is that something that you've observed?
No,
Specifically on South Orange Avenue?
no.
Okay. So you're not aware of that extra traffic and that extra security, even though we're gonna comply on a two-lane road, there's no, do you see that there's any room on Parsonage to block off a lane with cones and have police directing people for those high holidays, just like they would on South Orange Avenue? There's a couple of temples on that side that do that.
I can't speculate on how the township would decide to control traffic, if at all, during the high holidays.
Okay, and then I just want to elaborate a little bit on what Jean was getting at. So with all these projects that are potentially happening or happening within a mile, I did a little Google, everything's within a mile, the cancer center, the paper mill, the dump site, well, Annie says is a little farther, but everything's within a mile, so there is growth there. And then she also mentioned the closing of Main Street in the summer months. Are you aware about the closing of Main Street between Essex and Milburn Ave?
No.
Okay, so I'm going to get to a question. There was a closure a couple of years ago. We closed that off in the summer. And a man died or almost died on the way to the hospital, to St. Barnabas. So Old Short Hills Road is a traverse to the hospital from Cranford, Maplewood, Union, Springfield. Are you aware of that? Did you count emergency vehicles? Here's my question. Emergency vehicles, were they counted separately from cars?
No.
Okay. So you couldn't tell me how many times a day emergency vehicles go up and down Old Short Hills Road?
No.
Or Parsonage Hill Road?
Neither.
Okay, because today a fire truck came from Parsonage Hill Road and took a
Okay.
right
Yep.
on Old Short Hills Road. Sorry. So there was no consultation between the fire department, the police department, the first aid?
If I may, that's asked and answered. at least.
Yeah, as I was just
Of course.
speaking, as you came up, I was just noting that the fire department, police department receive this application, and then they provided written comments. which
Okay, but they
received.
didn't really talk about response time. Response time up Old Short Hills Road, and they do keep very good statistics. They know about their call volume and they know about response
Do you
time.
have a question of this witness with respect to that?
Well, I guess he answered it because there was nothing taken into consideration. Thanks.
Jerry Kung, Kung, 17 Lee Terrace. All right. Sorry, I have a lot of notes here, so if I'm a little jumbled, I apologize in advance. If there are 4 or more cars queuing on Parsonage Hill waiting to make a left turn onto Old Short Hills Road, northbound, is it the case that cars wanting to make a right turn would not be able to get past to get to that flared portion that you mentioned earlier?
Yes.
Okay. Did you consider the case where individuals, if there's a queue, because there's discussion of the queue, so I'm just going to focus on that. Did you consider the case where individuals that want to make a right onto Old Short Hills Road, if they're stuck in the queue, they may decide to cut through the parking lot of the House of Worship and then the daycare because there's 2 exiting lanes onto Old Short Hills Road from that egress?
I think it's extremely unlikely.
Can you quantify extremely unlikely? Because people in this town, they sit in traffic.
So here's how I would answer that. The queue lengths that I previously provided testimony for were for the worst 15-minute period of the day. And even then, it didn't exceed the driveway spacing. And I already provided an explanation for why I think that number will actually be less in the future.
What is that worst 15 minutes of the day?
It's a 15-minute period between 8:30 a.m. and 9:30 a.m. Not the worst 15 minutes of the day, the worst 15 minutes of our study hour.
So it would overlap with, I believe, the lady, I think 2 questioners prior, was making the point about 8:30 to 9:30 is the concentrated time. Is that correct? So that is the worst time of the day, so to speak.
That was speculative. I don't know if that's the case.
Wait, so what is the 15-minute period time that is the worst? Just to be clear.
The one 15-minute period between 8:30 a.m. and 9:30 a.m. that we, well, now I'm answering the public.
Questions from the public, yeah, just answer the question, please.
Capacity analysis calculations are performed using an
I
hour-long
understand.
volume in which you apply a peak hour factor to calculate that 15-minute period. So it's a 15-minute period between 8:30 and 9:30. We don't study we don't enter 15
Okay,
minutes
I
of
understand.
volume.
So the granularity at which you study is 1 hour.
Correct.
Okay, understood. So going back, so you did not consider the case where individuals may decide to cut through the parking lot.
I spent a lot of time reviewing video at this intersection. I spent a lot of time there.
To be clear, the video at the intersection does not include a cut. No one would cut through a private residence at the current moment. You'd probably have to drive past a demolished property even to get from Parsonage to Old Short Hills Road. Is that correct?
I think my answer to your question is I do not believe people will drive through this site to avoid the intersection. That's my answer.
In your professional,
If I may, cutting through private property as a cut through to avoid a public intersection is not legal. It's not a legal turning.
The board could take quasi judicial notice of that.
okay. Will there be signage or striping on Parsonage Hill Road not to block the entrance to the parking lot if traffic backs up?
If it's the board's desire.
Okay. And so just for my personal edification, there was a discussion earlier about the queuing discussion. You said 150 seconds based on the model. Fine, you disagree with the model. Sorry, I'm just laying the groundwork for my question. You said at some point the 95th percentile queue length is 13 vehicles, is that correct?
That sounds right.
Okay. What were the assumptions? Because did that assume that the right turn movement, did you assume that anyone wanting to make a right turn movement would be able to make that movement, even though you can't make that movement if there are 4 or more cars waiting to make the left turn movement northward onto Old Short Hills Road?
Yes, we took that into account.
Okay,
That's
thank you.
variable.
Good. And then can you explain to me, because I'm just a layperson, what 95th percentile looks like? Because, you know, the peak hour is the 95th percentile. There's 24 hours in a day, so it's top 4%. Right?
Right, 5%.
So when you, okay, so
5% of the
so
time,
100%.
it might be longer.
So just to make it clear, almost 100% of the time, that queue length will occur on the peak hour per day. Right? Because when you say 95th percentile, that's
No, that's
1 out of 24 hours, so that's the peak hour. And then so every day, that peak hour will happen on a weekday, say.
The 95th percentile queue length is the length that represents 95% of the time or less. The queue will be that amount.
So the peak hour, right? Because
Well, there's a different 95th percentile queue length for each peak hour.
so the 95th percentile, just so it's clear, is per day when you say 95th.
Per
Okay.
analysis period.
So for every 20 peak hour weekdays, the queue length will hit 13 cars on one of those. That's what you mean when you say 95th percentile. Is that correct?
No, for any analysis period that we study.
Okay, so let's say the analysis period is what? It's the peak, it's the hour or the day?
Hour.
Okay, so let's fix 8:30 to 9:30, which is the peak hour.
Mhm.
If I go Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 5 days, how many times would you expect there to be a queue length of at least 13?
I think it would occur once per peak hour.
Okay, so the point is every single day during which there is a peak hour,
Mhm.
there will be a queue length of about 13 on average, plus or minus some standard deviation.
And I've given reasons why I do not believe it is that long.
Okay, but based on the outputs of the model, that is what the model is telling you, given the inputs that you may or may not disagree with. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, okay. So I'm going to move on to another intersection, which is the intersection with Park Road and Old Short Hills Road. I know there's a lot of discussion, but I think there were a few other questions I had related to this. So the distance was covered. Okay. So if there's cars making right turns out of the daycare parking lot, they're going southward.
Mhm.
And there's cars making a left turn from Park Road onto Old Short Hills, also going southward, right? So I guess Old Short Hills Road is here. Sorry, the exit is here and Park Road is here.
Mhm.
If south is down. So you have 2 cars. This guy's wanting to go right. This guy's wanting to go left. Who has right of way?
They can see each other, right?
Yeah, but is it like a game of chicken? Like,
Who gets there first?
so if they got there at exactly the same time, who goes first?
If they got there at the exact same time. They would have separate independent decisions.
Whoa. They would have separate independent decisions.
I'm sorry, we should keep some decorum here, and is there a reference to a traffic rules of the road that we might be asking about?
Yeah, it's a challenging question because of the circumstance. You know what? I don't want to speculate. I'd be happy to provide an answer after the fact.
You don't want to speculate.
So suffice it to say, if you as a traffic engineer don't know the rule, someone pulling up the intersection will also probably not know the rule. Is that a fair statement?
I'm not sure that's a fair statement.
Okay. That's fine. Okay, so I had a follow-up question related to that, which is if there's a queue of people wanting to make right turns southward in the daycare parking lot, and there's a queue of people wanting to make left turns from Park Road southward, if for example, and I don't, okay, if there is actually a right-of-way issue, do the queue of people in the daycare have to exit first and then the people in Park Road? Because then, like, I guess we'll just have to understand, we'll just have to answer that question after you get the follow-up response for us, because that seems like it could potentially be problematic. Okay, sorry. A few other questions here. Did I hear you correctly when you said there are anticipated to be 5 mitzvah events each year, but there's also 50 students anticipated at the daycare?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that a reconcilable number? Because I would assume that people at the daycare would also, or it just, the ratio doesn't seem to make sense, because you'd seem to have 10 years of daycare to do the 5 to 50 ratio, but I don't know if, yeah, that's fine. Okay, and so correct me if I'm wrong, you said earlier that the number of left turn movements onto Park Road is comparable to left turns onto Parsonage from Old Short Hills Road?
No.
Or, okay. Can you refresh my memory as to what you were making some comparison in terms of traffic onto Park Road versus traffic onto Parsonage Hill from Old Short Hills Road?
I was saying that the delay for people leaving Park would be less than the delay for people leaving Parsonage.
The delay for people making a right turn off of Park is less than the, can you?
Yeah, so why don't I simplify it? So we analyzed the operations of the proposed Parsonage Hill Road driveway, the old Short Hills Road driveway. I'm going to cite our analysis because it'll probably be roughly the same amount of volume as Park. During the morning peak hour, we are seeing a delay of 31.6 seconds for the old Short Hills Road site driveway. And that's for the build condition in the morning peak hour. So Park would probably be similar to that.
Is that based off of an analysis, or is that a conjecture?
That's based off the analysis of the site driveway.
Okay, because am I incorrect in that you didn't study traffic coming off of Park? You only study traffic going into Park from Old Short Hills Road?
I'm giving you the analysis of the Parsonage, the old Short Hills Road site driveway, which I think is comparable in volume to Park.
You think, can you just, is that an engineering, like as conjecture, or is that based on fact?
Based on my understanding of the trip generation manual, 30 something.
So not based in reality, it's a model.
I'm sorry, you got to let him answer in fairness.
I think that an expectation of 16 egress trips during one peak hour is probably comparable to that of the road that you're talking about.
Okay. No more questions. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. As we approach, having 5 minutes left, can I just see a show of hands of how many members of the public who haven't yet had opportunities to ask questions are still looking to ask questions? Okay.
If you had a second question?
We're just gonna go for the first round for right now. And I think I see 2 hands. Okay, are members of the board willing to hear the questions from these 2 members of the public? I guess.
Depends how long it's gonna take. If this is gonna take 30 minutes, no, it's gonna be 5-10 minutes.
Sure. Assuming that it's a 5-10 minute reasonable, okay. Okay, let's see you come, please keep awareness of everybody's time and energy.
Yeah, it's very limited.
Your
My name's
name.
Francisco de la Campo. I live at 28 Park Road. in Short Hills. And I want to touch upon a point that was made regarding the models, right? A lot of your work is based on the models that you put into it, and the data you put into it. I know there was a bit of a gasp regarding the 152nd, 95th percentile issue, and you were quick to dismiss that with respect to model doesn't handle that particularly well. But your whole basis is our models. And yet, why are those models okay and this one not okay? Is it because it's an unfavorable result? What makes that 152nd time unique in terms of a flawed model versus others?
Drivers accepting smaller gaps than the standard, and the platooning of vehicles or the grouping of vehicles traveling along the roadways.
And you think that is sufficient to not dismiss, but downplay the 152nd wait?
I don't think, I think.
Or do you think it just
the
overstates?
purpose of the gap availability study was to show that there were adequate gaps for the existing no build and build condition, despite what the model is representing.
But all the other models are perfect,
I didn't say that.
or very good at least.
I didn't say that.
Fair,
Did not say that.
not very good?
Okay,
Depends
just
on
the
the
question,
situation.
please.
Oh, well, he's testifying to
I
the inadequacy
understand.
of one model. Well, what about the other models?
Then ask that question. That's
It's a
fine.
fair,
Yeah.
it's a fair, in my opinion.
I know, but it was incoming. Yep.
Regarding the gaps, when you define a gap, is it a gap between I'm taking the instance where I'm, say, on Parsonage Hill Road, want to get onto Old Short Hills Road, making a left. Is the gap defined as the distance between the cars going in one direction or both, if in fact I wish to make a left?
Or left turns both directions.
Both directions. And it's different if I'm making a right.
One
it's
direction.
One direction. One of the things a previous questioner asked regarding the driveway, and I think the driveway with respect to the exit onto Old Short Hills Road. I think you intimated that that was the best location for the driveway, given the location of the drainage basin.
Correct.
If the drainage basin were not there, would you have placed that driveway in a different location?
I would have to take a look at the setbacks to property lines. I can't speculate on that.
Okay. Because it seemed implied. Again, on the topic of models, models require inputs. And two of the inputs that are germane to the issue were the number of students, right? And the size of the congregation that's going to attend the services, right?
That's a yes, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I took it as a
No, he
yes.
said, we got it for the court report.
And those inputs regarding students and the size of the congregation, did that come from the applicant with respect to your questioning, or was it volunteered? Is that fair, or was it some other source?
Students?
Number of students, number of congregants. Applicant. And have you performed similar studies for either synagogues or schools?
Yes.
Of similar sizes? And if so, are the number of students and are the number of congregants for those schools and synagogues that you've worked, are they similar in proportion?
Oh, I don't know that granular of the detail.
But you know what I'm trying to get at.
All I can say is that we cited the Institute of Transportation Engineers Trip Generation Manual for a synagogue of this size. And we used that data.
Okay.
Or the data that was provided by the applicant, whichever was higher.
Right. And I guess my simple point there would have been that had you used size, for example?
Yeah, we did.
And that's my question.
I'm sorry, what's your question?
Whether in fact the size of the site, the synagogue, the school allowed you to draw the inference that, yeah, it's going to be 50 students and yeah, it's going to be about 300 congregants or whatever it was. Was that a fair inference that you drew?
I used IT.
Okay. Let me just see if I have one more. No, the other one was the egress from Park Road, so I think everything's covered. Thank you. Thank you very much.
This is the last witness. You're asking your first question. I'm going to exercise my discretion as the chair not to allow second round questions, just given the time and given the fact that we've given unlimited time for questioning to members of the public. So.
Okay, Stephen Chow from 2 Park Road. So I read your report, so and then in today's testimony, you mentioned that you study delays. Is there any reason you're not including the delay and those Q lengths information or expected time expected time to go to each of those direction. For example, like the in your study.
We did include that. We provided a summary table and the output sheets.
I mean, what wasn't included initially and back in the system?
No, it was.
Okay. So cutting the question short. So like for example, emergency vehicle passing through the intersection. So what's the current expected time for emergency vehicle to go from south to go northbound, southbound, and from Personal Hill to Ocean Hill north and south.
What
the current expected time? So suppose that they want to do a trip. So what's suppose that so what's the current amount of time that needed to go through the intersection? So I like to compare with the time passing through the intersection after you open up the nursery.
There's no delay in the southbound direction on Old Short Hills Road.
Yes.
In the northbound direction, there's on the order of 5 seconds of delay.
Well, the 5-second delay is probably for the car in front.
We're talking about averages, yeah.
But then yes, but then when the cars stop building up, and then when the traffic stop, then the car will have to go from speed 0. So and then actually a related question is like, so the currently I think the average speed going through that segment of Ocean Hill Road northbound is probably like some 20 miles per hour, and then if we see increased traffic, especially the have a peak arrival just before the opening of your day courses nursery. So how much delay are we expecting? I mean, how much more commuting time is expected?
In the northbound direction,
Yes.
maybe a second more in each peak hour.
Well, I mean, well, that's probably the average case. Like
I just want to know if you're asking a question. Yep.
Yeah. So what's going to be the worst case? well, I've seen the car build up from Glen Avenue all the
Sorry,
way
Mr.
up.
Levine, I'm having trouble. Council, I'm sorry, just if I can ask you to minimize the conversation. I'm hearing you instead of.
Intersection,
Real- I'm
and
sorry,
then
yeah.
that's not rare in the morning hour. I've seen.
Well, sir,
That's my answer.
Yeah,
All
if
right,
you could ask
okay.
him a follow-up
Okay.
question.
All right, so, so if we prevent the people from making left turns from the personage hill roads to the property, would that have this impact to the current traffic pattern? So,
Left turns, the Parsonage Hill Road driveway is egress only.
No, from Personage Hill Road that you have an entrance here, entrance to the property. So yeah, if you will prevent the non-emergency vehicle from making a left turn into the property, but would that have the least traffic impact?
No.
And why is that? So if people
I'm sorry,
can.
you asked him why, you have to give him a chance to answer.
Yes, go ahead.
Why there would be no impact? I don't think there would be an impact on anything if left turns into the site on Parsonage Hill Road were restricted. I think
Yeah, then
it's a
people
very
will
minimal delay.
not travel through that those segment of Ocean Hill roads. Then but both Ocean Hill roads, like northbound and southbound, will not be affected.
I'm really not following the question. I apologize.
So yeah, if you if we prevent people from making a left turn into your property on Personage Hill Road,
Right.
Northbound. Would those cars be coming through Ocean Hill Road?
No, that's an egress only driveway.
Yeah, Old Shore Hills Road is the only exit, so.
No. My question.
People have no way of getting in unless they go like all around.
Yes,
town.
yeah. So the people will have to go around to go.
But is
to
you're asking a question of if they change the traffic pattern, what would happen?
Yes. So if we prevent
Okay.
people from making left turns such that like all people entering the property will have to go through.
But is your question not about what they're proposing? You're asking a scenario.
Yes, yeah, so,
Okay.
yes. And
So I don't know if you
would
can
that,
respond to
would that have the least impact on traffic pattern?
Yes. If you're restricting the left turn into the site from Parsonage Hill Road, that would have an impact on traffic patterns because it would be a very circuitous route to get into the site.
Yes, but only for those people that are going into your property, but not for everybody else, right?
Correct, just for people who desire to access our site, correct?
Right, okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's
Can I ask
all.
it next time?
I'm sorry?
Can I ask a question next time? I know you're gonna shut it down. Can I ask
We're
a
shutting
question
it
next
down
time?
for the evening and we've allowed everybody, I think we are completed questions for this witness at this time. Deborah,
I have one quick question. I just pulled up the police report. The police report says, the exit onto Old Short Hills Road as the plan stands allows for left turns to be made from the property. This can possibly cause collisions between the vehicles exiting the property and southbound traffic on Old Short Hills Road. So my question, because I think there had been some question about whether that had been mentioned in the police report, and it looks like there's some concern about that. So my question is whether it would be possible to limit the times of day when left-hand turns could be made from the property onto Old Short Hills Road, given the police report concern about possible collisions.
My opinion is that we've shown adequate sight lines and there are gaps in traffic. So there's no need to restrict that turn.
Madam Chair, can I add to
Can
that?
I let
So,
Deborah finish
so
her
you don't
question?
think that that Chief Gilfeather has a, concern that
Members
should
of the
be
public, please.
taken, you know, from his expertise as a serious concern?
Well, I think we took it very seriously. We prepared sightline exhibits. We conducted an extensive gap availability analysis. And based on those two time-intensive exercises, I made my conclusion.
Okay,
Can I ask our traffic consultant?
yes.
So if I understand the police were asking about prohibiting the left turn
No,
out.
That's my response to Chief Gilfeather's concern that there could possibly be collisions from people making left-hand turns out of the property and another car that's coming southbound.
And just to clarify, he does not suggest in the report that those turns be prohibited. He just
No.
expressed a potential concern.
He expressed a potential concern, so I'm just asking whether we could limit, you know, between 8:30 and 9:30, you can't make a left turn out,
That-
like, that's.
That is something the board can consider. That section is under municipal control. I would not recommend it simply because, as you've heard, we did confirm that adequate site distance is available. And especially given that it's a one-way driveway, any of those cars that want to go north would then have to either make an illegal left turn or would have to make the right turn and then turn around somewhere, whether it was in someone else's driveway or a K-turn in the middle of the street. Before you prohibit turns, you want to think about unintended consequences. My concern, we wouldn't be fixing that problem by prohibiting it. We'd just be moving that problem somewhere else and moving it to someone else's property. That if there is a delay making the left turn out of the site, then put that delay on this site where it's handled by this applicant has to deal with it. If we were just to prohibit that left turn, that moves the problem further down the road to other residents where you may have U-turns in somebody's driveway or somebody doing a K-turn in the middle of the street.
Okay, so you feel like the site lining that was done adequately addresses the police chief's concerns about possible?
It's a combination of the delay, the gap and delay study to confirm that there are gaps available to make the turn and that there's sufficient site distance to do so.
Okay, thank you.
And just adding to that, Madam Chair, hearing all the concerns about Park and Park Road and coming out on that, and it is close to this exit and in entrance. And we do have a professional. Could we request that we get more information and a study be done on Park? Which I think is desperately needed here, because of the concerns, also the traffic, and also because it's so close to the entrance. So the failure not to request that prior, but before we get out of this, I think now's the time to ask if he can add a revision and add Park Road to that report.
And what is the typical radius outside? I mean, it's within a 50-foot radius.
Well, they
right?
fall
Essentially
within
that
200
intersection.
feet of notice, so.
If it's within the notice, I would think that would make sense. I mean, it seems like there's a lot of people that have a lot of concerns that live on that street. It's within the notification area. To me, I think it's a reasonable request, and I don't know how we as a board decide whether to order that or not. Steve, I look to you.
If the board is requesting the applicant to do that, then the question is first to the applicant. Will the applicant voluntarily do so?
I think voluntarily the applicant would not. I mean, the applicant has commissioned a may I?
Members of the public, please.
Madam Chair, I think my request was that we have our own professional.
I was going to go to
All right.
Mr. Fishinger next.
Thank you.
The,
Thank you.
So from the applicant's standpoint, I mean, they commissioned a professional traffic report from a well-known traffic engineering firm that was thorough, that was done in consultation with the board's traffic consultant, who did not request or recommend that a separate study be done of that particular road. The fact that it's inside or outside the 200-foot radius is really irrelevant. That's for an entirely different purpose under the MLUL for different reasons. This is another discussion that we'll be getting to eventually. There is a time period within which boards are supposed to act on these applications. And in light of the extensive questioning that's gone on tonight and the extensive testimony that's been provided by two experts, one of whom is independent and testifying on behalf of the board, further burdening the applicant with that type of additional study is not consented to, and the applicant would maintain not appropriate here.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we hire our independent traffic expert to give us information on Park Road. I'd like also more clarification, identifying preschool, nursery, daycare, because of the 30% sibling piece. Preschool is 3 to 4 year olds. I don't know too many families that have children less or a year apart. That's not the average. So I would like a little more information on how the calculations have been made. I have no doubt that we're talking to professionals. I think now we're getting into areas of congestion and traffic, and I think the public is asking for this.
I understand. I want to defer to council to talk about the time in which we have to act on it, just to make sure. I don't know if we could get that type of data.
Well, I think the first important question, frankly, is it appropriate from a traffic engineering perspective? We have retained an independent expert as a board, is the independent traffic expert that the municipality, before this application started, had on the payroll, so to speak, for this type of thing. So we retained at the cost of the applicant through escrow, Mr. Fishinger. So if you're asking Mr. Fishinger whether it's appropriate in his opinion for this to be done, and if he could do it, or if the applicant should do it, maybe those are appropriate questions for Mr. Fishinger.
Okay. Questions asked?
So I'll try and deal with this in a couple of parts. I will first note that I did bring up, and we discussed this, it was comment 15 in my report before, I did bring up the concern of the location on the driveway with respect to Park Road. And you've heard their response to that. I still do have concerns about the proximity of that driveway to Park Road. I think they should be aligned. The drainage basin can be moved. As far as whether I can do my firm is capable of doing the analysis similar to Mr. Vicio's firm. We can do that if the board asks, as Mr. Warner is intimidated. The town on a regular basis will retain me to look at various traffic issues throughout the town, whether it's, do we put a stop sign here? What do we do about parking there when there's something that the town can't handle internally? That's why I'm on call.
So first of all, you said it's reasonable and appropriate to have it done. The next question is, who does it? Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And then it's more appropriate, in your opinion, for the applicant to do it, you to review and or follow up, or the other way around?
Generally speaking, I think it's more appropriate for the applicant to do the analysis and my office to review it.
And is that in whole in part because it's the applicant's burden of proof?
Yes.
So we have information now from our expert. I'm sorry for cutting you short. I just wanted to get to the point of that, but there may have been more you wish to
Yeah, and
say.
I wanted to cover the issue with the 30% students. I think there's some misunderstanding there. The whole reason why I asked for a condition that the preschool be limited to 50 students, and if they wanted to go over that, they would have to come back to the board, was because their analysis is saying 50 students. Whether the building is 8,000 square feet or 6,000 or 10, the updated analysis that they gave us is based on 50 students. whether those 50 students are, some of them are siblings, I'm sure there are some, because as we've heard, 50 students does not equate to 50 cars.
So is it fair to say if they agree to cap the 50 students, they haven't done that yet at least, but they're considering it, then there's no need for the sibling analysis to be done because 50 is 50?
That is my opinion.
Whether
that-
they're 50 siblings or 50 unrelated individuals.
Because of that concern, I have the similar concerns, why I wanted to say, all right, they're saying 50 students, we limit it to 50 students. If sometime in the future, they decide they want to go to 75, then they would be back in front of this board with an updated traffic.
50, do you still have, do you have a concern and do you think it's appropriate for the sibling issue to be addressed further or not?
If they're not willing to stipulate to 50 students, then I think their trip generation needs to be based on the full square footage of the building without a 30% reduction.
Beyond that, okay. And so in your opinion, would it be reasonable for that to be done and appropriate to be done? And if so, who should do that, in your opinion?
I think if they're not willing to stipulate to 50 students, then I think their analysis needs to be revised to reflect the correct student count.
I think you've waited, and I'm trying to help. I've done
Yeah,
the best,
thank you.
so I try to-
Yes,
I
but
apologize for when I failed, but are those the two issues that, and we now have heard from our expert retained independently on behalf of the board, to help the board make an informed decision with respect to this application. Those two issues, it's fair and reasonable to request both, the latter, at least until there's a stipulation to limit to 50 students, and it's fair and reasonable and appropriate, in his opinion, for the applicant to do those studies and for him to review and go from there. So I guess that brings us
That's
back to
correct.
the applicant, and is the applicant still refusing to do either or both?
Well, we need more information, to be honest. And if I
I
can,
can-
you know,
wait,
when I
wait.
talk to my
Council can address
attorney,
this.
when I talk to my attorney.
No,
you know,
wait, he's not sworn in.
Or does counsel want to consult with his client in order to respond to that?
need to.
Madam Chair, 5 minutes or 3 minutes?
3 minutes.
Whatever. Okay.
Are we back on the
We're
record?
back on, yeah, we're back. Mic's on, please. Thank you. Welcome back.
All right, so I've had an opportunity to consult with my clients. It's still a little unclear in our minds exactly the scope and the nature of the study, but I can say that we are willing to communicate with the board's traffic engineer, get a little bit more detail as to what he thinks that the appropriate scope of that study might be. As I understand it, there are kind of two outstanding issues at the moment. The kind of the 30% sibling credit issue and whether or not we are willing to cap the number at 50 or not is, and then the second discrete issue, as I understand it, is, which would be helpful if we had a little bit more clarity, the alignment of the egress driveway relative to park and whether they should be staggered as they're shown now or aligned. Is that the gist of the issue?
No.
Well, I don't think it's up to the
Allison,
public to
I'd
answer that
like
question.
Allison
I
to
think-
clarify the question.
And Mr. Fishinger, I think those.
Yeah.
I can clarify, but I think he's probably more.
Great.
Yes, the exact alignment would have to be laid out by the site engineer, but I would like to see this driveway opposite park. Whether or not the through movement, the ability to go from this site straight in the park is permitted, I don't think that is very important, but I would rather see all the movements happen at the same time. So if there are two cars that show up about the same time, they can see each other, they'll be able to know who's turning which way. So that would mean relocating the driveway closer to the southern park property line.
Does that capture your question?
Mine was a little more that we don't know what's happening on Park right now with Old Short Hills Road. So I'd like to see as it stands now, after we do a report about the traffic on Park and what it would look like by changing it to a four-way in my mind, because I was even confused when they were arguing who goes first. Well, it's not a four-way stop. So again, if we could get clarity on that, I don't know. I don't know if I'm the only one that feels this way, but
I think it sounds like there's not adequate data on the impact of this with Park. And we need to have that data. And once we have that data, our engineer will be able to determine whether it would make sense to have the driveway and Park Road line up, if that would be an improvement to quality of life, whatever, or not. But in order to measure it, we have to quantify it. So I think what we're saying is we
Okay,
need
so
that.
understanding
that study.
background data on the park.
Well, and
So-
that data wasn't collected,
Well,
that's what we need to
if
do.
they're willing to stipulate to move the driveway and our engineering saying that's safe anyway, then we can cut off some time and money on the report.
Well, not only that, it sounds as though what you're suggesting is for us to do a study with respect to a road that not only are we not fronting, but, you know, it's not off-site, I'm sorry, it's not on-site, or even on tract, as those terms are defined under the MLUL. I think that's a little beyond the scope of what the applicant should be required to do. If it's if it's looking at whether or not the egress driveway can be better aligned or precisely aligned with park, I think that's something that we're willing to look into, and that may be more
You would stipulate that that's within the scope of on-site, off-site ingress or egress, so that even under the Dunkin' Donuts doctrine, which is case law, that limits the authority of this board
Right.
legally, which they have to consider. But for that, you would agree that's on-site or ingress and egress and within the scope of authority of this
I agree
board,
with, yes, I think
even
that's,
on a fully conforming site plan application.
under the Dunkin' Donuts line, yes.
Thank you. So.
Which is
so-
distinct and very different, in my view, from an analysis of park.
I understand the contention. So with respect to that aspect, they're stipulating, their position is it's beyond the scope of authority of the board on a fully conforming site plan, and
But we
that's
are,
their position.
but we are willing to investigate the possibility of realigning that
Realigning,
egress,
right.
which may be strictly a civil engineering function.
And their civil engineer and traffic engineer in conjunction with Mr. Fishinger and Ms. Callahan, so that should, that they're agreeing is within the scope of the board's authority legally and factually. Which is, if it's not within our authority legally and factually, so be it, but that they're agreeing it is. And I concur it is within, that is within our authority. As far as the 30%, what are you willing to say?
I just, we'll have the reserve judgment on that.
Well, I,
Judgment to the cap of 50 students.
oh, you're either gonna agree to cap to 50, or if not, are you gonna work in conjunction with the traffic
Yes.
engineer with respect to
Yes.
the, okay.
So we, yes.
So that's what they're willing to do, and is it reasonable to assume that that could be done in advance of, if I
December
understand
4th.
correctly, December 4th is the next hearing date, and if I understand correctly, it's available to continue this application. Can it be done within that time frame?
Well, we believe so, but if for some reason it can't, I would hope the board would agree that both operational testimony and
You
also
can proceed with-
architectural
you're asking to
testimony
proceed with other
could stand on its own.
Right, and eventually that information would be addressed?
Yes.
Okay. And is the applicant stipulating in light thereof to an extension of time to act at least be through to and including the December 4 next meeting, even though that is 2 days beyond the initial 95-day timeframe?
We do, yes.
Okay. And will the applicant stipulate to going beyond that to the December 18 meeting in the event that meeting is available to continue this application?
Not at this time. I would rather take these hearings one at a time. It's been a long, painful process. It's only beginning and maybe in some respects. We don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. I think it's important to stay focused and that these are processed as efficiently as possible. So I don't want to get too far ahead of our dates here.
Okay.
And alrighty, so then just for confirmation, Madam Chair, we do have December 4th available to continue this application. We have an agreement to address those two issues vis-a-vis their experts and our professionals that have been paid by our board. And with the chair's permission, I could announce what we're carrying this.
Please.
We're carrying this matter to December 4, 2024 at 7:30 PM. The venue is here again, recognizing that is beyond the initial 95-day time frame. So we do have an extension of time to act from the applicant until December 5th. And if the applicant can provide that in writing, email is fine. That would be appreciated.
Yes, we will.
And that is without further notice. So this is the notice for everyone, December 4th.
Thank you. Move to adjourn?
Second.
You said that way too fast.